Hello, hello, hello. Good morning. How are you? How's New York? All good? Great.
Number 2, I'm the moderator.
Wait until it comes in on.
right.
Colleagues here do, it's our responsibility not to be distracted by the noise and to focus on the bigger themes. And as Gillian Tett said last night, she said there are actually opportunities for nimbler businesses in this fairly extraordinary environment. So on to the new world order. And by that, I'm thinking of geoeconomics every bit as much as geopolitics. We've had a slight change to the lineup. So we are now going to have a new panel, which consists of Rana Foroohar, the FT's columnist, who you will all read every week, particularly her columns on trade and the demise of the neoliberal order. Brooke Masters, who runs our US operation and has done many of the big jobs at the FT, both as a writer and as a boss, including steering our company's coverage at a particularly testing time. And Jonathan Derbyshire, who has been the kind of grey cell at the heart of our opinion section for a number of years, and he's going to moderate the panel, and I'm going to actually join them, drawing on some of my experiences globetrotting. So I'd like to welcome them all up to the stage here. And Jonathan, over to you.
Thanks very much, Alec. Good morning, everyone. Our task in the next 40 minutes is to discern the emerging contours of a new world order and to think about the implications of that for your businesses, among other things. Alec, I'd like to start with you because it seems to me that a good place to start would be the speech that President Trump gave at the United Nations on Tuesday, in which he railed against allies. He denounced what he called the climate scam and chastised the United Nations for its sundry dysfunctions. What do you think we can draw from that speech, and what did it tell us about this emerging fractured world order?
It was a very, very extraordinary speech. It was a very, very long speech. There was one moment, as I wrote this week, that some people started to wonder if he was going to break the record for the longest ever speech delivered to the General Assembly, which was given by Fidel Castro, of course, as you will all know. As it is, Castro did several hours, and President Trump stopped short, just shy of an hour. I think it was in many ways, it was a vintage Donald Trump speech. We will all have heard many of them in recent years, where he's making at certain points, he's making some very kind of direct points, and then he sort of meanders off into different directions. But I think it was. I think that the closest echo to my mind was actually with his opening inauguration speech, when he presented quite a dystopian vision of the state of America and the hollowing out of the industrial heartland, and talked of American carnage. This was that speech, only talking about Europe. He did make some points, as you say, about the United Nations, talked about it failing to live up to its potential, and I think, to be clear, that while there was much of the speech that Europeans in particular would not have recognized as being fair or accurate, he does make some telling and important points. The United Nations has not lived up to its potential. There are all sorts of reasons for that, but it has not lived up to its potential. So it was a bit of a scattergun speech, I think.
Scattergun is a very good way of putting it. Brooke, we were talking beforehand about the extent to which it's often dangerous to try and infer coherent doctrine from what the president says. I mean, and one of the difficulties for business is that creates a climate of uncertainty.
Absolutely. I think the thing you hear most from businesses is most of them are holding back on investment, with the exception of AI and data centers, which clearly everyone's throwing money at like there's no tomorrow. Except for that, I think if you look at other businesses, they have largely not invested heavily in their supply chains. Donald Trump wanted to reorganize everyone's supply chains, but no one knows where to put the factories because they can't tell which country is going to end up with a tariff. And I think we can absolutely see a holding back on that cash piles are growing. There's a lot of uncertainty. I think the other thing that is interesting is American businesses, at least, are beginning to adjust, because if you may remember, all of them pulled their guidance after Liberation Day, and the first set of tariffs were imposed. And now that tariffs have largely settled to sort of a 15% level, not across the board, it's worse for some places, better for others. You've seen the restoration of guidance, which suggests that they are beginning to find a way to work through the uncertainty.
Do you want to say a bit about tariffs and uncertainty?
Yeah, I mean, in general, just picking up on what both Brooke and Alex said, one of the president's, I would say, diabolical skills is to take something that is broken. I would argue the global trading system has needed reform for some time. The UN is bureaucratic, sclerotic. We know these institutions needed to be changed. China's role in the global economy needed to be acknowledged. It's quite interesting that China's now kind of making this in some ways surface concession, but I think important concession about saying, okay, we're no longer a developing country. These shifts have been happening since pre-Trump 1, but the president is able to land on them and to kind of articulate them in a way that, while many of us that live and work in the global economy would say, gosh, this is a dark vision, this is a difficult vision, a lot of Americans look at that and say, well, yeah, he's calling a spade a spade. He's saying what is. I want to pick up on something that Brooke said about supply chains and optimization. One of the things I've been fascinated by, I was at a CEO conference maybe 2 or 3 months ago in Europe, the largest companies have been using technology to supply chain optimize for some time, and many of the top players in each industry say, sort of on background, we think we can take 12%, 15% tariffs and really kind of absorb that cost. But small and mid-sized players will not be able to do that, and I'm already seeing at an anecdotal level that playing out around the country. A lot of small and mid-sized businesses are going under, or they're under pressure, whereas larger businesses are able to, if not thrive, certainly survive in the current climate. I think that that's going to lead to more concentration, which is something Katherine Tai would have certainly mentioned had she been here. And it's also going to lead to more of the bifurcation that has led us to a place where we hear Trump speaking as he did at the UN.
Let's stick with tariffs very briefly. Brooke, in a previous life, you were a legal correspondent. Tell me how you see tariffs in relation to the Supreme Court and the legality thereof.
There's a case moving through, and the first one that will come out is whether Trump has abused his powers under there's an Emergency Powers Act. And if you ask people behind the scenes, the betting is that this will be the place where the Supreme Court might actually draw a line, in that there is no emergency, and it'd be relatively easy for them to say, okay, we are going to prove we are not lapdogs, we're going to stand up. Because it's also easy for them to point him to another way to do the same tariffs. There's something called the 232 process, where you go through each sector and declare that there's a problem and then impose tariffs. And if you notice, I think the Trump administration is preparing for this, because they have been launching what are called 232 investigations over a series, more and more sectors. Every time you turn around, there's another one. There was one earlier this week. And what that would mean is, if the tariffs are struck down under the emergency powers, it would be very easy for the justices to say, look at your 232 powers, and the Trump administration to say the next day, we're going to finish this process. There's a little bit of a gap, and that's slightly problematic for the markets, but I think they could say, we're ready to do this in 30 days. And that would both allow the Supreme Court to look like it hasn't completely ceded its powers, but also allow Trump pretty much what he wants.
That's very interesting. Alec, in the most recent edition of the FT's Swamp Notes newsletter, Rana and I discussed what some wags have been calling the Don Roe Doctrine, which is the 21st century version of the 19th century Monroe Doctrine, according to which America retreats to its own hemisphere and seeks not global influence, but hemispherical influence, in this case over the Western Hemisphere and Latin America. Is that how you see this emerging world order, as great powers retreating into their respective spheres of influence?
One word, absolutely. So I, as you know, I travel a lot and try and spend most of my traveling time actually going to what are known as the middle powers, the rising economies, emerging developing powers, which not below the weight of China, but Brazil, South Africa. Is a bit unfair to put India in that boat, because obviously it's potentially going to be quite soon going to be a great power. And for all these countries, some small, some big, they see an opportunity here, and I think it's just important to remember it, because I think America's traditional allies are obviously very fearful of this moment. They see America withdrawing from some of the responsibilities it's broadly held in the last 80 years. But for other parts of the world, they sort of think, well, they're kind of like a world where America's less assertive, then they can kind of play between China and America and work with both of them. So I think there are numbers of countries out there that see this as quite an interesting period. And I close with a remark that India's very canny Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, said to me when I spoke to him earlier this year. And he said that if you're sitting in India, the virtues of the old order are exaggerated. Now, he may somewhat be changing his mind now that Trump and America have turned on him. But nonetheless, his broad point is, I think, worth bearing in mind.
Rana, you and I were discussing the extent to which there's a really decisive shift in US-China policy. Do you want to say a bit about that?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I have thought this was coming for some time, frankly. You know, in my third book and in many FT columns, I've argued that hyper-globalization led to some tremendous imbalances, we all know, between the US and China. These were ultimately unsustainable. And that, you know, as always happens, and Gillian kind of alluded to this yesterday, the political economic pendulum, if you look historically, it always swings about every 50 to 100 years. And, you know, the swing is between often hyper-globalization and something a little bit more regional or local. And that can come with problems and bumps, but there's also advantages, and I'll bookmark that and come back to it. But in terms of the US-China relationship, we've known the trade relationship is changing. We've known the economic relationship is changing. We now understand from you know, some of the leaked memos from the Defense Department and some of the things the administration, Rubio, Hesketh, et cetera, has been saying, that there really is now a decisive shift to protecting the Western Hemisphere. Again, for anybody that's been talking to folks in the Defense Department for a decade, they've been saying, we don't have the naval power to protect the entire world anymore. We can't actually do what we need to do at home, in Europe, and wage a hot war in the South China Seas. That's not doable. And so that's now becoming official Defense Department policy, and that's going to lead to a lot of interesting changes. I think that this administration is not terribly concerned about protecting liberal democracy in Taiwan. I think they are interested in protecting the semiconductor industry. And I suspect that once the US is able to regionally grow its own semiconductor industry, that Taiwan is going to be even more on its own than it would be right now. There is, I want to, though, stress, not everything Trump does is all dark. You know, I mean, there is, I think, has been an argument for having more regionalization in the semiconductor business for a long time. I think it was always absurd to have 92% of all high-end semiconductors produced in one, not just geopolitically vulnerable, but as we've just seen, you know, climate vulnerable part of the world. So I do think that we're going to see at least two orbits, US, China. Europe is the big wild card here, and I think that what happens with Russia, what happens with Ukraine, I mean, that's a whole other panel we could do on the way in which this war is changing how wars are waged. Arguably the biggest thing since Genghis Khan, you know, got on horseback. What's happening with drones and the nature of warfare. But for sure, we're in two, if not three, regionalized economies in the world now, I think.
So a big American anxiety as far as the Western Hemisphere, specifically Latin America, is concerned is China's growing economic influence in Latin America. There's an extraordinary stat, which I think I mentioned in our newsletter discussion, which is that China has surpassed the EU and the US put together as the principal trading partner for Latin America. Brooke, I wonder whether we can see, given those concerns, wonder whether we can see the proposed American bailout of Argentina in the context of this emerging Donroe doctrine.
I think obviously there is some element of the U.S. asserting its relevance to Latin America. I think you also have to remember that Argentina's president is one that Trump likes. And if he were actually trying to build a regional sphere of influence, you would not be punishing Brazil, which is about the opposite, that he doesn't like the political order there and how they've treated his buddies. So I think having it be a true doctrine is slightly overstating it. Some of this is, you know, Trump picks favorites, as he does in many other spheres of influence, and he's doing that. The actual monetary and industrial significance of the Argentine bailout is very hard to understand. I was talking to a couple of business people and bankers. Nobody's quite sure how it's going to work or what its impact will be, and whether he actually sticks with it, because the other thing to remember, of course, about the Trump administration is they sometimes change on a dime.
You're absolutely right that we should be wary of attributing too much coherence to what we're seeing, but it is a besetting temptation of any journalist to give a label
Agree to trend.
to what we're seeing. Another really striking aspect of that remarkable speech on Tuesday, which if you haven't read Alex's sketch, you really should. The Castro comparison was really tickled me. But a really striking aspect of that speech was Trump's assault, and he devoted quite a lot of the speech to this, his assault on what he called the green scam, the climate scam. Now, one way of reading that section of the speech was as a tacit recognition that, Rana, and I wonder whether I can bring you in on this, that the US is ceding leadership in renewables and green industry to China.
Yeah, well, I don't think that there's any doubt about that. I mean, the doubling down of fossil fuels is, it's marked, it's kind of amazing. I was really struck by the ICE raids at the Hyundai battery factory recently. I mean, boy, was that a political message. I fear, though, that this is one of those times in which Trump is making a political message, and the message is, this is a battery factory, we don't care, but also, I'm going to protect American jobs. I'm going to make sure that there's no rule breaking and bringing in of foreign workers that shouldn't be here. The truth of the matter is, by ceding the green industries and batteries in particular, I think it's going to be the demise of the U.S. auto industry, which will come back to bite him later on. And that actually brings up a large political trend that I think is underexplored, although I know you were saying you may be exploring it soon in a feature, and that is the rise of the hard left. I think it's going to be very interesting in New York politics, in the midterms, and in 2028 to see this new, harder left that is going to be less focused on identity, more focused on economics and workers, and which side is going to be able to really capture Americans who feel increasingly that they can't afford life. They can't afford being middle class. That's only going to, move higher up the food chain as AI disintermediates more jobs. That is going to be a major, major political trend.
And it's not just an American phenomenon, of course. So in Britain, where I live and work, there is. This summer, we've observed the sort of British equivalent, I guess, of Trump, Nigel Farage, just whipping up a populist brush fire. I mean, he's just taken the regions by storm. And what's interesting, well, there are many interesting things about what he's up to, but one of them is he sort of picks from the far left as well as from the right. So he's right on social issues, and he's actually quite left, very left, on economic issues. And it's totally confusing the British centre, which isn't blessed with a lot of great leaders at the moment. And they are discombobulated, don't know how to respond, and he's running rings around them. But it is a merge of both.
Indeed.
And I wanted to pick up on something else Ron was talking about in this attack on green energy.
Yep.
What's interesting is the industry that you would have thought would be cheering it on, which is the oil industry, it's terrified. There was a survey that just came out of the Dallas Fed, and they think that this attack is going to set them up for some horrible retribution later. And also that in part of Trump's idea is that you drive down oil prices and it's all going to be great for America. And energy will be cheaper, it's driving the shale producers out of business. And so they actually think this is absolutely moronic. And so it's not just the car industry that could be in trouble, it's the American oil and gas industry that also is facing concerns. I think the other thing with this crazy, and I would say it is a crazy attack on green energy, is there is no way on earth we can power those data centers without renewables. There is simply not enough oil and gas. And so how we can simultaneously build the AI economy we all think we want to build and not have renewables, it just will not work. And companies are in fact ignoring Trump on this because they recognize they need they absolutely need that power.
I'm glad you mentioned AI because AI is another aspect in which the U.S. is ceding leadership to China.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say, at our table last night, a number of business leaders were saying, absolutely, we're moving ahead. Of course, clean is the future. Investments are continuing to be made. On AI, one of the things that I'm really fascinated about is the economics of these data centers. And I've been thinking a lot about AI today and all the money that's being poured into things, and the auto industry at the turn of the century, right? I remember a conversation I had, gosh, over a decade ago with Warren Buffett, who didn't like investing in technology in part, and he would always reference the auto industry at the turn of the century. You had 800 companies. You knew you were going to make a change from the horse and buggy to the car, but you didn't know which of those 800 companies was going to be the one. And I think that there's a similar paradigm today. First of all, we don't know whether it's going to be US or China. I would argue, we'll see, we can like replay in 5 years at the same conference, my bet, but I think the Chinese stack may be the one that goes more global and becomes more commoditized. I know the US is still ahead on certain aspects of innovation, but does that turn into profit? I was quite fascinated recently to see that XAI was borrowing at 12% for some data centers. I've heard many banks offering it, 7, 8, 9%. So those are not rates that say we're incredibly secure in the profitability of this investment. So that's one thing. And then I'll go more to the social cultural side. I just think how jobs are going to be disintermediated, whether they're going to be disintermediated, is going to be a big deal. I was oddly on that front reassured by the story that we ran a couple of days ago, surveying CEOs saying that they understand the challenges, but they don't completely see the opportunities yet in AI. And that may mean to me that maybe the job disintermediation won't happen as quickly as we think it might, which frankly I think would be a good idea, because that's too politically and socially disruptive.
Did you want to come in on that?
I did, because I had a chat with a CEO of a major infrastructure company this week who was saying that his company, unlike I think just about everybody else, is not building data centers because they're looking at the contracts that places like Microsoft and Google and OpenAI are offering, and those are 5-year contracts. They offer to buy, and the problem with that is in 5 years, nobody knows whether your data center could become obsolete because chips stop needing cooling, they're faster or whatever. So, and you can't build a data center and make money off it in 5 years. You need 10 or 15 to make it a worthwhile investment. And so I think that's one of the reasons they're having to borrow at very high rates, is that smart investors are like, on a 5-year contract, no thank you. And it would make sense why Microsoft is building its own, because it obviously controls the contract. It has both.
It's really interesting.
In terms of jobs, I should just want to follow up here, Rana. But I think it's already happening in lots of white-collar sectors.
Yes.
I mean, if you speak to partners at the big law firms in London or the accountancy firms, they're already recruiting many fewer entry-level lawyers and accountants, and the kind of the more austere scenarios can see just losing 50% or more of those of those jobs.
Well, a lot of the junior analysts that are coming in now. I mean, I have a friend whose child is going to be an analyst, and 2 weeks before the offers were being made, they called everybody in and said, we're only going to make 50% of the offers we would have because of AI. We're using too much technology.
I want to bring the audience in momentarily, but Alec, I wonder whether we can just widen the lens to finish back to the geopolitical stage. We have a Trump-Xi summit meeting coming up. How do you read that? Because clearly hovering over this entire discussion is what I think Rana called in our discussion beforehand, the Trump-Xi effect. That's reshaping the world order in all the different ways that we've been discussing.
When Trump took office in January, everyone expected that Xi and Xi's China would be the dominant focus of his rhetoric, and broadly speaking, it hasn't been. I speak to quite a few officials from China and think tankers and so on. I've been quite struck in recent months how the tone has changed, particularly towards Europe. So broadly speaking, my sense is that while China feels it has weathered the first 8 months of Trump's second term quite well, they absolutely can't count on what he's going to do next. I mean, to quote Rick Grenell, one of Trump's close allies, who I spoke to around the time he won his election, the leitmotif of Trump's administration, he said then, was going to be predictability is a terrible thing, and lo and behold, this is what it has been for the last 8 months. So I think for the Chinese, they're not counting their blessings yet at all. Actually, they don't know. They've obviously got chips to play, but they don't know if it's suddenly after a year of focus on Gaza and Russia that if in frustration that there's no peace in Gaza yet, no peace in Ukraine, Trump doesn't suddenly just go full bore against China.
Ronnie, you want to come in?
I'm a little more bullish, I guess, on where China stands right now in relation to the U.S. I sort of agree with Sarah last night that, she said they haven't won, but they're in a good position. And I would argue that that is the case, particularly if you think midterm, long-term. TikTok is not the game. Figuring out how to have more resiliency, more regionalized production, that's the game. And this is a game the Chinese have always played better than the U.S., even in the best of circumstances. I just came, actually, I was in Helsinki doing some reporting for my next book, which is looking at shipbuilding, which is something, ships as the new chips, that both the Biden administration and the Trump administration are interested in part because yet another thing China now controls is global logistics. They've got 5,500 ocean-going vessels. The U.S. has 185. You can imagine in wartime what that would mean. But the left hand, to Alex's point, the left hand and the right hand aren't necessarily working in alignment in this administration. So you've got shipbuilding being used as a chit in trade negotiations with the Koreans and the Japanese, and yet you've got the White House Maritime Office being closed and shoved into OMB. Nobody knows what's going on domestically. And I asked the Finns, who are one of the partners potentially in shipbuilding with the U.S. and the Canadians, I said, how do you read this? And one of the CEOs said to me something very interesting. He said, we're just praying that this White House is still making decisions ultimately based on economics rather than politics. We know the Russians aren't. We don't know if the Chinese aren't, but we're hoping that the U.S. is. And I think that's the big question.
So I think the moral of this discussion is the only certainty is uncertainty. Is that predictability is for losers. That's the new Trump doctrine. I want to hear from you about how you navigate this uncertain new world. So questions, please. Who has the first question?
You're dumbfounded by all the uncertainty.
Terrified by the... yes.
You very briefly alluded to...
There's a mic coming.
Okay. Thank you. Very briefly alluded to India, and I was just curious for a little bit more of your perspective on India's role as it relates to truly becoming a more equal power in the world and how it will navigate that regional dynamic you just alluded to.
Shall I go first on that?
Yeah.
India was totally blindsided by the shift in the Trump administration's approach towards India. A couple of months ago, I was talking to India's trade minister in London on the day that they had concluded a long gestated trade deal with Britain that had taken 2 years or so, and the trade minister was cock-a-hoop about that. And while he didn't want to wisely preempt what was going to happen with the US, it was perfectly clear they thought that was the next shoe that was going to drop. And then suddenly Trump starts posting aggressively about India, and rightly pointing to its quite protectionist policies and so on. I spoke to should we say, a close Trump ally just after his UN speech a couple of days ago. And we were talking about India because, as it happens, I'm going to Pakistan next week, which has been affected by all this shift as well. And this person was saying that basically that Trump thought that India had got too big for its boots and was taking America for granted, and it was time to kind of put it back in its place. Well, I mean, whatever you think of that, it has consequences, because India is a powerful, proud country, and so it is rethinking its position and having to rethink its relationship with China. It's still would want to be much closer to America right now than to China. But that whole region has been thrown up in the air somewhat, and now you've got, of course, Pakistan, which is all but run by the military, and whose democracy and business culture are pretty shabby, should we say, being ushered into the fold. Trump has met the Pakistani chief of staff. I think there's another meeting in Washington in the next day or so with the chief of staff and the Pakistani prime minister. There's talk that it's all about critical minerals and oil and crypto and so on. But if you're India, the world has changed very dramatically since actually Jaishankar spoke to me quite confidently about the New World Order.
I just want to mention one thing. I think the H-1B visa news is a perfect example of geoeconomics, which is what Gillian was speaking about last night. This sending a message economically, but strategically, we don't like the way you've been behaving. Here's a hammer. And as I wrote in a column a couple weeks ago, I'm worried that the Trump administration is turning friends into frenemies. We already talked about the Korean hit with the ICE raids at the same time that you're asking for investment. The Japanese deal, Japanese are being given the privilege of investing, at a rate that's not going to be necessarily too favorable to them. We need allies, and I think that this going it alone business and flipping, and it's a trust issue, right? Reindustrialization, friendshoring, even having a new regionalized sphere of influence means you need allies more, not less.
Brooke, the H-1B visa move looks like a self-inflicted wound.
I think you have to think about it politically as well. Economically, it probably is a self-inflicted wound in that it will lead to the startups are going to be the ones who can't afford to have engineers, and American innovation has always thrived through startups. So I think 5-10 years from now, we will see the consequences. On the other hand, as a straight political move, H-1B visas are absolutely a source of angst across America, that they bring in these people and they take our jobs. There was that famous case where Disney made its Imagineers train their contract replacements, and I mean to me it stuck with me. Like, these people, literally they fired them all, and then you can train your replacements who were coming from India. So I think it's a politically clever move, and so I would not underestimate that.
I would just push back slightly on that, because it does seem to me to point to a potentially disabling tension in the Trump coalition between, on the one hand, Silicon Valley, who, as you said, the H-1B visa scheme has been central to the culture of innovation that's grown up there. And then, Rana, maybe you want to come in on this, MAGA and the pro-worker wing of the Trump coalition.
This has always been one of the most fascinating things about the Trump coalition, which I would say lightly. It doesn't hang together. Libertarians and MAGA really do have kind of fundamentally different interests here, and you see that playing out all the time. And this is one of the things in which you get the push-pull in different policy areas, from trade to defense. I am not quite sure how that circle is going to be squared. I had assumed, frankly, that Trump would be ultimately focused on markets, focused on the bottom line, and I think you've seen some of that, when you had that first bond market moment and he pulled back. I wonder if Brooke has thoughts on this. I think ultimately he comes out marginally around economics rather than politics, but boy, it's a tough call.
I think also he likes having power, and no, seriously, no. Yes.
I'm glad you said it. We shouldn't have gone through this whole panel without that.
But I think, and personal power, and the tech billionaires coming and begging him is something he really enjoys. And so the H-1B visas, they're going to be back begging. He's going. I mean, that is absolutely a moment where he can sort of be the one granting who's going to get exceptions, who's going, because remember the whole H-1B thing says that he can pick who gets exceptions. The policy is written that exceptions will be granted. It's another great moment for Tim Cook and his little golden whatever the heck it was. Bezos is coming with it's going to be platinum. I mean, and so I think that's that in that way, stomping on the tech billionaires actually fulfills a need for him as well.
So if he does retreat. This won't be a taco moment. Trump always chickens out. It would be more he's using his power to bestow the carve-out. This is what you're saying.
I think so. I mean, the Japanese trade deal is another example of that, where he gets to pick the projects.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all coming down to I am in control here.
Another question, yes, at the front here.
Make a comment back to India.
Yeah.
What we're not hearing, and I'd like some of your thoughts on this, is the significant investment back in India by all the U.S. firms, all the financial institutions across the board. It's growth that I haven't seen since the early 2000s. And it's no longer about cost, it's about talent. Right? So the talent of the engineers there, I mean, the initial move was its cost with buying cheaper labor for call centers and everything. The move now is significant. And it's not in it hasn't been in the discussion, and it hasn't been in the Trump discussion at all. So
I think that's actually no, I think it's a super interesting point, and I think it speaks to the way in which growth is in different places, talent is in different places, the world is in an extremely different place than it was, certainly even in the first Trump administration, but for the last 20 years. It's funny, you're reminding me of something, my dad often, we talk about this, he's an immigrant from Turkey who came to this country to be educated, started a manufacturing business, and things in Turkey are politically troubled right now, but there is a growth demographically there, and as in many parts of the world, West Africa, Latin America, that is appealing. And he says, people don't have to stay. If we're going to kick them out, there are other opportunities. There are other places to go.
Brooke or Alec, did you want to?
I do think there's the financing question.
Yeah.
I mean, that has, as long as America's capital markets stay functional, it's still easier to get financing here and at a lower cost. And I think that will be, but Trump is playing with that as well. I mean,
Totally.
Totally. And so that will be one of the really important questions is whether, and we have a whole panel coming on the dollar and with far more expertise than I will ever have. But I think that is something to keep in mind, that remains something that if they don't break it, America still has.
Can I add one just quickly? I do wonder, and maybe this is a question that the dollar panel can take on. I think many of us feel that there is a market correction coming at some point for a lot of reasons. Even if you put aside the politics of the moment, the valuations, the concentrations, there's going to be some kind of a shakeout. Does that shakeout happen in such a way at a time when there are more retail investors fully invested than ever before in equities? You get a major correction in which if you get a 25% correction, let's say, the tax take would be so much lower that you would start to have a real budgetary crunch at a time when perhaps there is an action, a geoeconomic action on the part of China around T-bills, or shifting to gold and RMB digital, that influences the markets in a really profound way and brings this deficit problem to the fore. And that's on my mind.
We probably have time for one more question, I think. Yes, a hand at the front here.
Good morning. Thought prospects for the Scheinbaum-Trump relationship over the next few years, particularly looking at USMCA renegotiation, where does that go? Is that real? Love to talk about that. And then secondly, question about brand America in the world today, right? Is it
tarnished?
Is it too easy to say it is being tarnished? There's no prospect for that. And I guess, within the context of that, is there any kind of sense at all that you say that there is damage being done and that something needs to be done about that? And it's difficult to ask that question without sounding exceptionally naive about these things, because it seems so obvious that it is damaging around all of that. But we think about the prospects for American brands overseas and the impact that has. I'd just love you to reflect a little bit on what you see as being the implications.
Why don't we do brand America first? Alec, do you want to start?
Regrettably, I fear that brand America has been badly damaged. I have spoken to a lot of officials from America's traditional allies, both in East Asia, Japan, Singapore, and also, of course, in Europe, where I spend most of my time. And the word that keeps coming back to me is one that Rana raised, which is, I'm afraid, trust. And these are mainly smart people who understand that America's priorities have been changing for a while, actually before Trump returned to office, and they understand that there are all sorts of factors behind that. There's not just Donald Trump's idiosyncrasies, but what really troubles them is is this question that they're asking: can we trust America again? Which is a terribly depressing question to have put to you, really. I mean, I find it depressing. I've worked in America. I've covered what has become known as the U.S.-led order for the last 30 years, and very senior people amongst America's allies are now asking this question that, when the Trump era ends, as it will, even if the political pendulum swings a bit more to the center, should we say, they feel that they've been given a lesson here, and that they need to be thinking about the world in a very different way. So, by extension, I suspect that does have an effect on brand America, I'm afraid, in terms of business as well.
Time is running out, but just
Rana,
very
you will
quickly.
have a view on
I'll
this.
be very quick. 2 thoughts. In some ways, I think America is realizing perhaps it's not exceptional. I mean, I've always been, frankly, a little skeptical of the American exceptionalism idea. We get away with a lot of things because of the power of the dollar, which we'll hear more about. And, if you act badly, eventually the brand is tarnished. However, I do think your question is interesting because when I get outside the coasts, when I get outside the Beltway, I think the story internally, as it is in a place like China, big countries, many different stories depending on where you are, it's a little more optimistic. And even if you look at local papers, I sometimes, just as an exercise, I'll go online and look at what's the cover of the Times-Picayune, what's the cover of the Globe, just see. It's never as dismal, frankly, as what we're hearing and seeing. And so I think that speaks to the nuance, maybe.
I'll give you the last word, Brooke.
I was just going to say, I was struck by how many corporate chieftains have very carefully said to me, we are not being heard. These are American MNC, multinationals. Everybody's still doing business with us. And often before I've asked the question, which makes me think, actually, they are. And I think that's really interesting. And I certainly know I ran across a Canadian bank that is explicitly marketing itself as a Canadian bank. Like, we can do everything they do, and we're not Americans.
I don't think we're going to get to the Mexico question.
I'm double-hatting here, Jonathan, so I'm going to take back control of the panel. And
I
just
will cede to you.
And just want us all to thank you three for your really interesting observations, thoughts, insights. Brooke, Rana, Jonathan.
Thank you.
We are moving relentlessly on, and as Brooke and Rana helpfully pointed out, we're going to move to the dollar. So we're going on from trade wars and hot wars to, I guess, implicitly potential currency wars. On our mind is the dollar, and deep breath, we pose slightly provocatively in the heading to this session, could it actually be at risk of being dethroned? Well, I know the idea has been long dismissed, understandably, I would argue, as unthinkable, but it has, of course, been revived in recent months, and there's also been all this speculation about a so-called Mar-a-Lago Accord, and I know from, as I said earlier, from traveling around middle powers that there's sort of feverish excitement about this idea in large parts of the developing world. So we have a terrific panel to take this on. I'd like to welcome you to the stage Mark Sobel. He's the US chairman at the Official Monetary and Financial Institutions Forum. This, of course, is off the back of nearly 4-decade career at the US Treasury, when he was grappling with monetary financial policy and much more. And we were talking earlier about his involvement in the G20 at a time when the G20 really had impact and made some vital decisions in the first decade of this century. Adam Posen, president of the Peterson Institute for International Economic Affairs. Adam also any Brits in your audience will certainly know, served on the Bank of England's rate-setting monetary policy committee. Adam, the greatest badge of honor, though, I think that you wear, of course, is that you've been a long-time contributor to the opinion pages of the Financial Times, so thank you for that. Talking of the opinion pages of the Financial Times, Katie Martin, my colleague, markets commentator, you surely read her markets columns. She also does a terrific podcast, Unhedged, with Rob Armstrong, who you heard from last night. And faced with the challenging task of overseeing these people is Kate. Kate Duguid, come onto the stage, the FT's US markets editor. Kate runs our US markets team after a long career as a financial reporter and commentator. Kate, over to you, and thank you.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here today, and we have a great panel here to talk about the dollar. So, Alec introduced the topic very ably. There's been a lot of talk about whether or not the dollar, which has long been the world's reserve currency, whether its status could be tarnished by Trump's trade wars and economic policies more broadly. So, not just its status as a reserve currency, but also its prominence, its value. And so we're here to talk about that today. And I guess I'd like to start just by simply asking whether or not the Trump administration's trade wars could dethrone the dollar. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, thank you. So, first of all, I talk about dollar dominance because I think the dollar's role in private financial transactions is more important these days than its kind of official reserve role, since reserves have been flat for the last decade. Basically, to me, dollar dominance is here for the foreseeable future. Foreseeable. There aren't any great alternatives. We've heard complaints about the dollar's exorbitant privilege since the 1960s, and it's still here. The U.S. is still an innovative economy, if you think of Silicon Valley and all that. Portfolio managers rebench very gradually. There are good network effects from our global banks. And the depth, liquidity, and openness of our capital markets can't easily be replaced. Somebody was saying earlier, we shouldn't conflate ups and downs with the dollar demise issue. So the dollar floats. I remember when the Fed was cutting rates before the Europeans ahead of the GFC, the dollar euro went to 1.60, and yet the dollar is still dominant and it appreciated. But I think earlier this year, around Liberation Day, there were fundamental doubts about the dollar. I see trading as a bit more normal now. In any case, the dollar was super strong. So if you look at a trade-weighted graph, there's a peak in 1985, which is humongous. And then in 2002, there's a big peak, but less of one. So we were above that peak, and now after Liberation Day, and currently we're back kind of around that 2002 peak. And as some have said, basically, investors are hedging. They're not selling the underlying assets. So all that said, I do believe that the administration is sowing the seeds for possible acceleration in a potential pace of erosion of the dollar. I think they're doing that by undermining the foundations of dollar dominance. Our fiscal policies are absolutely unsustainable and unwise. Trump's foreign policies, as we discussed, are sowing dissension among our allies. They show disdain for our partners. Our trade policies are promoting fragmentation. I hope the administration is committed to maintaining the openness of our capital markets, especially as we're going to need foreign finance for our deficits. But, somebody mentioned it earlier today. There was the Mar-a-Lago court, and I always joke that if you look at the acronym Mar-a-Lago Accord, it says MALA, which is bad in Spanish. But, it made me wonder when you saw, was it Section 899 of the big, beautiful bill and whatnot. And then we have the attacks on the Fed's independence and the rule of law. So dollar dominance, it's here to stay for the foreseeable future, but we may very well be seeing an acceleration in the pace of dollar dominance. So caution on the doom stories. But sterling was once a reserve currency. It's not anymore. And, maybe this time will be different.
Mala in Szechuan cuisine is tasty, but it's a taste only some people have. It's spicy, and not everybody loves it. That's the dollar. Or putting it differently, as I've said for many years, including in FT columns occasionally, currencies run in a least ugly contest. And the Trump administration, despite his background in beauty pageants, is doing a great job of making U.S. economic policy and the dollar extremely ugly. And in econometric terms, the way that worked was it used to be with occasional breaks, like right in the middle of fall 2008, that when the U.S. would make itself ugly, the rest of the world would look uglier still. That if the U.S. messed up, everybody would see the safety relative of coming into U.S. dollar assets as still more attractive, because even if the U.S. screwed up, it was going to be more solid. So whether it was China or Europe. And what a number of people have identified, and Katie made reference to this in the BIS report that she mentioned in her column yesterday. My colleague Maury Obsfeld's talked about this. I've written about this. The dollar dynamic has fundamentally changed since April Fool's Liberation Day. Basically, it's now behaving like an emerging market. So it's not about the levels. I disagree with Mark. It's not about fluctuations. It's about the dynamics. And you can see this in any number of ways, but basically, the dollar is now moving, driven by things that have longer-term issues and not solely or predominantly by day-to-day macro news, which is another way of saying it's been destabilized, which is another way of saying bad news is bad for it as opposed to bad news is good for it. So now the correlation between the 10-year Treasury rate or the dollar strength, or the interest differential with Europe has a negative correlation as opposed to a positive correlation. So it's just fundamentally a different dynamic. Now, could that be changed? Maybe, but that's where we get into the list of things that Mark mentioned that I agree with, and I think you have to see it more fundamentally. As I raised 15 years ago when I was saying the euro was not going to overtake the dollar, part of the reason was the national security alliances. And if you look back at history and the economic evidence, national security alliances have a direct effect on the usage of a currency and how much people put into it. There's no economic or geographic reason why Pakistan or Saudi Arabia or Taiwan should be using the dollar as opposed to something else. There is no reason except for security why the CFA franc zone existed long after France was supposedly out. And there's a whole history of this, and Barry Eichengreen, the noted economic historian, picked up on my theory and proved it econometrically, and we're seeing that right now. And so this is what I argued in the latest Foreign Affairs about the new economic geography, that focusing on the trade, even though Kate is right to raise it, it diverts you from seeing the whole picture, which is that the moves against U.S. alliances, the undermining of faith, the lack of governance and fiscal, the illiquidity you're getting by making it so that people doubt they can get in and out of U.S. Treasury markets as easily as they once could, depending on government whim and depending on what nationality you are, all of that fundamentally undermines the dollar, and rebuilding that trust is big. And this is something that came up in the previous panel of the FT journalists, that people are moving to self-insure. And so sometimes people will say, oh, there's just a growth in hedging on the dollar. And it's not that they're selling it off, or that, oh, as dollar assets come up, they're not being fully reinvested in dollars, they're not selling it off. That's big. If you move from a world in which you assume dollar assets required zero hedging to a world in which you're willing to pay money to hedge, That is a very fundamental change. So I'll take the downside further from what Mark said.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to unpack here, right? And Mark is right that there is a difference between the value of the dollar and the status of the dollar. Those two things don't necessarily go hand in hand. But what we've seen this year is that US stock markets are actually doing fine, right? They've recovered from that April shock. But the dollar is having one of its worst years in the past couple of decades. It's lost something like 10% on a trade-weighted basis so far this year. Now, Trump might be happy with that, right? On paper, that helps US manufacturing. But it is a case of markets and of investors voting with their feet, right? So exactly as Adam was saying, people are very happy globally to buy US stocks. If you're looking for growthy stocks, you're looking for opportunities in technology, then the US is the only game in town. But at the start of this year, roughly 0% of those flows into US stocks were hedged on a currency basis. Now we're looking at about 80%. So this is a big shift in the way that investors are looking globally at US assets. They are seen as a much more risky proposition than they have been seen at any other point that I've been looking and thinking about markets. And there's a real difference between the investors that I speak to who are in Europe and Asia and the investors that I speak to who are in the States. When you speak to investors who are overseas, for a lot of them, particularly in Europe, the point at which they had a big rethink about the safety of US assets was not even so much Liberation Day, although that was a big shock. It was J.D. Vance in Munich lecturing Europeans about free speech. This went down extremely badly, particularly with German asset managers, Austrian asset managers, Swiss asset managers, Swiss private wealth houses. They said, okay, something here has broken, and it's going to be very, very difficult to repair this relationship and to repair this trust. So absolutely they're looking at diversifying their investments away from the US. Now, I think, one of the pushbacks that I always get to this is, I get emails from men in Florida with Hotmail addresses telling me, oh, you're wrong, no one's going to sell all of their US assets. And to be clear, I've never argued that people globally are going to sell their US assets. But what they are going to do is over time, and this is going to be a very long process, over time, they're going to tilt further away. So the new money that comes into investment funds, maybe we don't need to mechanically send 70 cents in every dollar over to the US. Maybe we tilt that over time, and maybe Europe gets a higher allocation, maybe Asia gets a higher allocation. But I wouldn't confuse the fact that you don't see that happening overnight with the idea that it's not going to happen at all. Big conservative investors, managers of big pension schemes, official reserve managers, they don't just say, okay, sod it, I'm going to sell all my US assets and do it overnight. This is a process that takes multiple investment committee meetings. It takes a lot of conversation with all stakeholders. It's going to take a very long time for this process to play out, but I'm pretty confident that it is going to play out. I don't think this is a thing that you can just fix in terms of trust in the US. And again, the long-term asset managers that I speak to, they say, okay, maybe Trump won't still be here in 4 years' time, but we can't do this every 4 years. We have to rethink the long-term asset allocation strategy and long-term hedging strategy, because we just can't take shocks like we had in April on a regular basis. So the dollar is definitely in some danger as a reserve asset. The evidence for it is weak right now, but I wouldn't mistake that with thinking that it's not going to happen.
The evidence is strong. I completely agree with everything Katie said, except the evidence is very strong right now. Inconsistent with the evidence, as Katie said, you're not seeing a major sell-off, but you are seeing fundamentally different purchasing and intraday behavior in the dollar, and you are seeing different allocations. And if you end up buying lots of insurance when you didn't used to buy insurance, that is a major change in portfolio behavior.
I do want to go back to sort of the question of timeline that Katie brought up, though, right? So, might not be happening immediately. This is something that might be sort of longer run. What does that timeline look like? How long does this take?
In my view, it's going to accelerate over the next 2 to 3 years. And so it's longer than some people think, and so they're not going to worry about it, but it's not that long. And the reason for that is the longer that the U.S. undergoes bad economic governance, which is what we're doing on the fiscal front, which is what we're doing by undermining central bank independence, which is what we're doing by firing all the civil servants and undercutting senior civil servants and undercutting infrastructure and regulation and rule of law. The longer we do that, the more this becomes obvious and starts showing up in various shocks, like, I'm sure we'll get to this, the decision of the Mad King to throw $20 billion at his courtier Millet, as opposed to using some sort of rules-based system or criteria in the national interest. I mean, it's not quite King Lear, but, you know, deciding that you're just going to flush American taxpayer money down a hole and not even cover it by pretending it's multilateral or the IMF or there's some principle involved. Anyway, so the longer this goes on, and by that I mean only another 2-3 years, the more self-reinforced it becomes.
2 or 3 years, Mark?
So I always start comments about exchange rate outlooks with, you know, that predicting exchange rates is a fool's errand. But again, we need to differentiate between whether it goes up or down versus the
role of the dollar.
The role of the dollar. I think, you know, a decade from now, we may still be talking about a heavy dollar role in the system, dollar dominance, but it'll be less dominant, and maybe we'll throw the word multipolarity out, but it's a question of alternatives, it's a question of the U.S. capital markets, and as we've all said, we're eroding those foundations, which just leads me to one other point. You know, like as an American former U.S. official, I always found the world's fascination with, you know, is the dollar dominant or the reserve currency? I found that pretty fascinating, and it gives me something to talk about, so I like it. But I always thought it was a bit misplaced. I mean, you know, yeah, there's I've always thought there was a net plus to the dollar's role. You know, this idea of exorbitant privilege I thought was a bit much because there are benefits and costs and whatnot, but a net plus. But again, the reason the dollar has been dominant are the foundations that we've described. And so, you know, if the dollar is dominant, loses dominance, let's say, because the rest of the world is performing well and we were performing well, I'd say great. Now, that may seem like a pipe dream right now. But if we're going to undermine all the foundations of dollar dominance, which frankly are the foundations of American prosperity, you know, like Americans worrying about dollar dominance, that's going to be the least of our worries.
Yeah. I mean, Mark touches on a really important point there around the timeline, which is that currently there really is no alternative to the dollar as this kind of glue that holds the financial system together. And one of the things that would really accelerate this process, I think, away from the dollar would be for an alternative to arise. Now, the obvious candidate here is the euro. But as everybody knows, the euro has issues around fiscal cohesion. You know, you can see that, for example, France now is being France, as it is, every 18 months, and French government bonds have been selling off quite hard on the latest government crisis there. But I have noticed when I talk to European officials and to European investors a very marked change in tone, in the sense that Europe can very clearly see the opportunity that is in front of it now to replace the dollar or to eat into the dollar's reserve status. They can see the benefits that come along with that. You know, if you operate the world's global reserve currency as the US does now, then every time something bad happens, pandemic, financial crisis, whatever it is, people reflexively buy your currency and buy your government bonds. This is an incredible privilege that the US currently enjoys. Europe can see this prize that's sitting in front of it. But right now, you have French government bonds, German government bonds, Spain, Italy, all the rest of them. There's a very limited pot of bonds that are glued to each of those countries and that is issued by the EU. But we have seen this happen around the time of the COVID pandemic. There was some joint borrowing from Europe, and the market bit their hands off. They were very, very happy to buy this debt, largely because you're effectively buying debt that's guaranteed by Germany, but with something a bit more like a Spanish yield on it, which is a pretty good deal, right? So for years, Europe has sat there and said, isn't it awful that we don't operate, the world's global reserve currency? Wouldn't it be great if we had a bigger share of it? Now the conversation has shifted to, okay, how do we do this? Right. And there's some detailed discussion going on about how they accelerate that joint borrowing, and I believe it will happen. It's frustrating that it's not happening more quickly, but I do believe it will happen.
Can I piggyback on that? First point is, I'm actually in a very similar position to Katie. It is frustrating that they want to faff around with the central bank digital currency for 5 more years before it's implemented instead of implementing it this year, for example. But as my colleagues Olivier Blanchard and Angel Bide have argued, there is a path to Euro bonds. There is a framework. And so I think the way to think about it is, again, it's not about absolutes, that the euro is prettier than it used to be. It's less ugly, right?
Yep.
It's less ugly. It's not gorgeous. It's not necessarily the only thing you want to take home to mother, but it's definitely more attractive than it used to be. But I also want to fundamentally go against this Tina, there is no alternative view. Because in the end, what's happened, and I was addressing the European Systemic Risk Board and the BIS annual meetings about this, what's happened isn't that we suddenly got a new safe asset to compete with the US Treasuries. It's that the US Treasuries are no longer a safe asset to the same degree. And if you do just basic portfolio theory, and that's the reality, you start switching whether or not there's a better alternative. And there are going to be mistaken alternatives, which the Trump administration is going to encourage in the stablecoin space, in the crypto space, in the private sector digital currency space. And there's going to be outflows from emerging markets and developing countries into this. And that's going to temporarily pump up the dollar. But what's going to happen is the irresponsibility and the self-dealing of the Trump administration in this area, potentially with a cowed, overtaken Federal Reserve that no longer has independence in financial regulation, is going to lead to a huge bust. And that's just going to further erode the dollar. Again, in terms of role, not in terms of day-to-day level.
Yeah, I mean, Adam touches on something important there, which is treasuries now come with terms and conditions that were not there before. And this is really important in the way that big, slow-moving investors look at the safety of treasuries as a reserve asset. Investors that I speak to, they still see it as a slim possibility, but they see it as a possibility that maybe the administration might decide not to make repayments to certain treasury holders, not to pay interest payments to certain treasury holders because of some sort of political imperative. That completely changes the rules of the road. And there is a concern out there that, okay, well, say a reserve manager in a particular country doesn't buy into the next treasury auction. Will that result in higher tariffs? Will it result in some sort of threat of a withdrawal of military support? These are insane conversations to be having about the world's safest, most liquid asset. And there's just not really a possibility that long-term it doesn't eat into its status.
And we're seeing that again, sorry to go back to Argentina, but we're seeing that in Argentina with the swap lines issue that Mark Sobel's so familiar with, right? We're basically the 30-year anniversary of the Mexico bailout. And they used the exchange stabilization fund at the Treasury because they hadn't yet designed the Fed swap lines, and that was a problem because then it wasn't unlimited and it wasn't fully credible and it was political. But what we're seeing is both sides of the coin now getting the wrong way. Sorry, that's a terrible image, but anyway. That on the one hand, Bissett and President Trump are deciding we're just going to arbitrarily extend this to Argentina, and we may or may not actually force the Fed to do it. But so instead we've got a inherently less effective tool for stabilizing the system because we're doing it out of Treasury's limited asset pool funds versus the Fed's potentially unlimited whatever it takes. At the same time, and this is what I was talking about in Europe and in East Asia, you have a threat that a non-independent Fed could come in and not be able to exercise swap lines when somebody, whether it's Europe or Canada or whoever, really needs it. And it's not even necessarily they won't be allowed to use it. It's just some bright person in the Trump White House or Treasury says, oh, by the way, yeah, we're going to let them use the swap lines, but wouldn't you like to sign here on the following investment agreement, following military purchase agreement, following vote on Gaza agreement, whatever it is. And so suddenly, again, you have something that's conditional and politically arbitrary as opposed to something that was technocratic and generally automatic. And that further undermines the dollar's role.
Yeah, yeah. So it sounds like we can't go back from this point, right? That there have been certain erosions in trust and stability and the safe haven status. We're not going to be able to go back to square one. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Totally, totally. Can't put toothpaste back in the tube. And you know, this is, first of all, I think somebody mentioned earlier that the U.S. has been shying away from global leadership for a while. Obama even was doing so. Trump 1.0 began to put this on steroids. This is Democrats and Republicans to a certain extent. Now, I don't think Europe's going to be willing to trust the United States, put its eggs in an American basket just because a new president comes along and says he or she believes in multilateralism. They're not going to repeat that mistake from Trump 1.0. But all that said, just coming back to the earlier discussion, I always joked that the one thing that could unite the world would be an attack from Mars. And I wondered if Trump 2.0 is a Martian attack for Europe. And I guess, based on what I've heard, my view is Europe still isn't ready to forge a strong single market. I don't see them ready to issue Eurobonds in scale. I don't see a willingness in the frugals to make large transfers to the others. So I'm not holding my breath over Europe. Back to the least ugly discussion, U.S.-China stress here to stay. I don't think the RMB is an alternative, given capital controls and lack of convertibility. In terms of the world, U.S.-China stress here to stay. The rest of the Asians are going to try and balance their relationship with China and the U.S. because they certainly don't want to give up access to the consumption-loving Americans and whatnot. So, I do feel, as we've discussed, I had the great pleasure in my career to work on sustaining and promoting what we somewhat romanticize, but we call it the liberal multilateral order and whatnot. But that is no longer. So you can't put toothpaste back in the tube. You can't squeeze the toothpaste out in one go, and in any case, dealing with toothpaste is very messy.
But I think for this audience, we should emphasize the toothpaste goes somewhere. So, expect massive inflows and overvaluations on the minor stable currencies further than what we've seen. New Zealand dollar, Swiss franc, Norwegian kroner, Singapore dollar, pick your goal. Expect massive inflows and overvaluations into crypto assets, because part of this is it just feeds the conspiracy theories about central banks and legitimate theories about fiscal dominance.
And gold.
And right. And then expect going into gold, going into timber, going into water. And again, all of these are inferior to the system, the dollar under the previous system, but expect those things to go. And then absent the system we had, or having a much more weakened version of the system we had, expect the busts that come out of that to be more destructive than they've been in the past, because you'll see less emphasis on that. And to go with the foreign policy discussion in the previous panel, one thing which I've been arguing in foreign affairs and elsewhere is you're seeing much more of a tiering of the largest EM, Brazil, Turkey, India, Indonesia, Mexico with an asterisk, from the rest of the EM pioneer market space. And we see this in the debt issues, that these countries had room to run countercyclical macro policies in the last COVID crisis, that the Fed raised 550 basis points and they didn't have financial crises. But all the poorer, smaller countries, as the IMF and the World Bank sadly rightly keep telling us, are way behind where they were a few years ago, more in debt than they've been. And for reasons that we're all familiar with, even before you get to Trump 2.0, the G20 was not able to get agreement between US and China, or between everybody in China, on how to deal with this debt problem. So then you get even further separation, that the developing world is in trouble except for the very largest. And as was said in the previous panel, you know, that's not all bad. If you're India, maybe that's a good thing. If you're Brazil, maybe that's a good thing. By the time you add up India plus Brazil plus Indonesia plus Turkey, it's a couple billion people. So this is not entirely bad. But in terms of you're thinking about investment dynamics and currency dynamics and what happens to the dollar, you have then probably a more sustainable role for some of these mid-majors, at least in terms of a share of global investment, both portfolio and FDI. Some of it comes at the expense of the US. More of it comes at the expense of the rest of the developing world, which with a US that does no development aid, isn't good in the IMF and World Bank, isn't generous in its foreign policy, is leaving to rot.
One little wrinkle here that we should think about is thinking about exactly when the toothpaste started coming out of the tube. You know, clearly Vance in Munich and Liberation Day are big moments here, but we should also think back to 2022, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and the point at which Russia's dollar assets were frozen overseas. That is the point at which gold reserves started racking up very rapidly at central banks around the world, because all of a sudden you introduce this idea that, okay, maybe I can't get my dollars back. Now, that shouldn't be a problem unless you launch a war of aggression on a neighbor. But nonetheless, again, it goes back to this point of as soon as you bolt terms and conditions onto the dollar in any fashion, that does exercise a downward draft on its allocation in reserves. So, you know, and again, the way that those dollars were frozen goes back to this point about this is why you want to have such a powerful, such a large reserve currencies, because you can exercise geopolitical pressure on unfriendly regimes by using the dollar as a weapon. The problem is that once you have weaponized it and reserves shift into something like gold, then it becomes a little bit more complicated. But this is exactly why big powers want big, powerful currencies, and it is very clear that, you know, not just under Trump, but also under the previous administration, that is being eroded.
Could I make a somewhat more nuanced view? But I think, you know, when I look at what are the benefits to the dollar, the economic ones overstated, but you're absolutely right. Steve Kamen and I wrote a paper, and we talked about weaponization as an area, or sanctions as an area where it gave us great geoeconomic leverage, and that was a benefit. Now, Jack Lew, when he was Secretary of the Treasury, gave a speech at the end of 2016, and he said, you got to use it carefully. And if I ask any of the people that have been involved in sanctions since then, and I have, they say, we've overdone it. So it's one thing if you use sanctions very wisely and multilaterally and whatnot, but if you go to the well every time on sanctions and you use them bilaterally and abusively, that's a problem. And I think what's happened in Washington is that you have the carrots of diplomacy and you have the sticks, and the sticks are war, and nobody wants to go to war. So you have sanctions, which are a stick. And I think Washington and Democrats and Republicans treat the use of sanctions kind of like they're kids in the candy store, and I think that's a problem.
I think this is the broader point. This goes to the broader point, the underlying point that both the Biden administration and the Trump 1 and 2, but especially 2, have gotten wrong, which is people have agency. Other countries, other governments have agency. Markets have agency. Savers and consumers have agency. And if you for an FT audience, it at least used to be a liberal paper and whatever, the idea that, taking Mark's point but making it much more broad, that you get a blowback effectively if you overuse things. Now, again, as I recently argued, you get what I call the irony of the alliances. If you're Canada, if you're Korea, if you're Japan, if you're UK, because both security and economics, you're so dependent on the US, you don't have much choice. And then the Trumpies decide, well, that means we can tighten the screws as much as we want. And they initially say, hey, look, we're getting results, we're getting a better deal. But of course, just as Katie was saying about Russia following the invasion, then everybody else looks around, including France, Germany, Australia, and other allies, and says, well, being too close to the US is actually quite dangerous. Which again is a reversal. It's a fundamental reversal of what was before. It used to be being close to the US was your safety guarantee. This is why I've argued that you've gone from the US as global insurer to the US running a protection racket.
On that note, are there any questions from the audience? Please.
So I'm curious to see your opinion. On the pressure of the China's presence, specifically on the global flows of commodities, specifically in the currency.
Well, I mean, again, this is one of those things that's more about, this is something that falls in the other category of level versus role. I mean, clearly, China is the marginal buyer of copper and was for 20 years. There are various other things, and obviously they're the unique, at present, supplier of certain rare earths. But that, to me, is more a story about short-term ebbs and flows. It's nothing fundamental, because in the end, if we want to have an alternative source of rare earths, we can have one. We just need to find a place that we are willing to pay them enough that they're willing to do the dirty work of digging them up. And I'm not trying to pick on one example and say that proves the whole point, but just generally, arguments based on scarcity or overdemand of particular natural resources, with the possible exception of water, given climate change, don't generally work very well. They explain short-term market movements. They don't tend to explain anything fundamental. Water, given climate change, is different.
Just one quick point. I mean, I read and I've heard stories about the Chinese stockpiling various materials and assets, and I think this is, part of an effort to reduce leverage from outside on China to a certain extent.
And if the Biden administration had stockpiled things instead of trying to use sticks to get things and not offer any carrots, but actually paid for things, then maybe we wouldn't be in such a problem right now. I mean, Trump would have still messed everything up, but we could have had a sensible stockpiling strategy. We didn't.
Yeah, please.
Thanks for this. This has been a great conversation. So I have kind of a two-parter. The first is, do you see intent behind some of the perhaps scattershot with the policies of the Trump team in terms of the erosion of the dollar's value in the global financial system? And if so, what would be your best good faith argument for the countervailing thesis, right? That there's some inherent value in the policies that are being pursued.
If this is a deliberate strategy to weaken the dollar, it is genius. Like, it's it would be very hard to write this script. And Adam and I were chatting before we came on here about there are just so many contradictions that are embedded in the administration's economic policy right now, and you have a Treasury Secretary associated with a hedge fund that is famous for breaking a central bank because it lacked credibility and tanking its currency. You can see where I'm going here, right? So it's very difficult to discern a cohesive intellectual framework behind all this. And I do get that a markedly weaker dollar would, on paper, be good for US manufacturing and US exports. But again, you can't square that off against arresting 200 South Korean workers in a Hyundai factory. These things just don't make sense. But I would say that if you're Donald Trump right now, you're sitting there and you're looking at a weaker dollar, which your advisors tell you is going to be great for exports. You're looking at a buoyant stock market, and you think, where's the problem? And so my concern is that this actually ends up biting the US economy and biting US markets further down the line, possibly in the next administration when it gets blamed on somebody else. But yeah, if there's a cohesive policy here, then hats off to them.
I think I would go, I don't like talking about other people's motivations, but based on the public record, I mean, I basically agree with Katie, but I would give it one more slight benefit of the doubt, but then it's still wrong. I mean, it's wrong in a very fundamental way. There is an argument that's sometimes made by both foreign policy and economic people in the administration that essentially they'd accept my view about insurance, but they're saying we're just massively repricing. We have underpriced the insurance we've given the world in the form of security, whether it's bases in Europe and Japan, whether it's being consumer of last resort, whether it's exorbitant privilege. And there is a school of thought that some of the people who spoke here earlier are associated with that is profoundly wrong, but that believes that dollar overvaluation has been endemic because of the dollar's role, and this led to hollowing out of manufacturing, and this led to where we are now. And so and there are echoes of that in the UK in the past, that there was overvaluation of sterling, and that led to too much of the city versus manufacturing. So you can tell this story that this is really just about repricing. But the problem is, leaving aside the fact that they get the cost and benefits fundamentally wrong, the problem is they do not accept that this method and rapidity of repricing undermines the system and undermines the credibility. They assume that it's just a one-off negotiation, and if we reprice once, everyone will be happy. Or they may not be happy, but they'll learn to live with it. They do not accept, they flatly deny that there are knock-on repercussions from repricing so aggressively in this manner. It's the difference between you have a property insurer in Malibu who says your insurance premium on your beach house goes up because of climate change. We have to increase premium by 20%, and maybe next year another 10%. Versus you either have to triple your premium or we're going to withdraw coverage from the state. The latter causes fundamental change in your behavior. You may sell your beach house in Malibu. The former is just a repricing. They don't get that distinction.
So very quickly, just to augment what you said, I agree with it all, that J.D. Vance has given speeches in the past where he's basically said that the reserve currency role of the dollar makes it overvalued, and that has created trade deficits and the hollowing out of manufacturing. And I think the Mala Accord basically echoes it. So I think on some people it's a conscious effort. Now, Besson says he wants a strong dollar, and then the administration does all types of crazy things, and you can't see any coherence in it. But there is a strand of it, and does it make sense? Exchange rates, tariffs will make a difference, but as you undoubtedly emphasize, if you believe the current account deficits relates to the savings investment imbalance, and we're going to run these crazy fiscal policies, we're going to continue to have massive current account deficits. And by undermining the dollar and weakening it, as we've been discussing, we're likely to face somewhat higher interest rates, a structurally weaker dollar, so our trips to Europe are going to cost us more, unfortunately. And whatnot, we'll be more exposed to the global economy and exchange rate risk than we otherwise would be.
Thank you, Mark. I'm afraid I'm going to have to wrest control from you all. That was, as expected, a brain-busting session on an incredibly important topic. Little special extra thank yous all around. Adam, the metaphor of the month, if not more, the toothpaste, it'll linger with me a long time. Yes. Oh, was that yours? Sorry, Mark. Well, the addition to the toothpaste.
He gets least ugly.
Yeah.
The Martian thought that that's what it's going to take for Europe to get its act together. Katie, Kate, thank you for being super smart as ever. We now have a very special speaker who's waiting to come. So thank you all, and we'll turn to the next session. So we have, loosely speaking, we have started with trade wars. We've turned to currency wars, and we're now actually going to a very hot war. We're turning to Ukraine, which I visit from time to time. It flickers on and off the news headlines, but it certainly doesn't if you're in Ukraine itself, which is now approaching the 4th anniversary of this wrenching, awful war. So we're going to be speaking now to a remarkable figure, one of Ukraine's leading businessmen. He is the co-owner and chief executive of TIS, which is the largest private seaport on the Black Sea. I reiterate, the Black Sea. And he's also a very prominent investor in Ukrainian infrastructure. He's done a deal, did a deal back in 2015, a very different Ukraine, although Putin had, of course, already invaded by then, with Cargill for Ukraine's largest agriculture terminal, and he also runs a private equity firm. So without more ado, I would like to welcome to the room Andrei Stavnitsa. Andrei, very, very good to see you again. Andrei, for obvious reasons, was not able to join us because he has a business to run in a country at war. The last time, Andrei, you and I saw each other was in Kyiv 2 years ago. Welcome to this session.
Thank you for having me, Alec. It's a pleasure. I'm happy to share my insights from
Wonderful. So when we last met, the situation in Ukraine, this is 2 years ago, late 2023, and the situation was slightly more optimistic than it had been. The Russians had been pushed back a bit and so on. It's now 2 years later. People in this room are grimly accustomed to looking at footage of these now nightly air raids and reading about it. But I actually wanted to ask you, first of all, to address the situation from a slightly different perspective. Because one of the things that's very hard for people to understand is that much of Ukraine still has a functioning economy, it has businesses running, and despite the air raids and the drone attacks, these businesses still keep going, the economy keeps going. I wonder if you could just start, Andre, by painting a picture of that life, of how businesses are operating at this time.
Well, like it looks like a beehive. People are very active, obviously quite tired as well, but the economy is doing good, in my opinion. As you know, in 2022, we have fallen by approximately 17%. And then we bounced back in 2023. In 2024, we rose organically approximately 5%, despite of the war. So we are now at GDP per capita at about 5.3 thousand, and that's nominal. The businesses are working, the infrastructure is working, the cellular networks really never stopped working. The trains run on schedule, women put their makeup on, and except for the nightly and daily air raids, you wouldn't feel like it's a country at war. You know, banking system is working perfectly. Last year, they showed profit of almost $3 billion, even despite the 50% windfall tax. And the tax system is working great. Almost 98% of taxes are gathered. Miltech is obviously prospering. We are number one probably in the world now in terms of production of drones. It has multiplied by 120 times, I believe. And for this year, we have a crazy number of close to 5 million drones to be produced locally on the ground in Ukraine. You know, last week I was in Lviv at a Miltech conference called Brave One. And it was full of international Miltech companies who are fishing for secret sauces and secrets of Ukrainian drone manufacturing. They are considering investing in drone production, not only flying drones, but also water drones, underwater drones, driving drones, etc. Essentially, it became a war of drones nowadays.
So, on my last trip to Ukraine, I went to Odessa, where much of your business is based, of course, and spoke to some drone manufacturers there, but also spoke to people running the ports. And the story of the ports is a remarkable one, because they were all closed down at the start of the full-scale invasion. It looked unlikely that they'd be able to be reopened, and then with some help from the West, the Ukrainian forces pushed the Russians back, and the ports are now up and running. Tell us about your port. How does it continue to operate, even though it's facing drone attacks and so on?
Well, it's an absolute rule that if air raid siren goes on, my employees have to go into the shelter. So approximately 25% of their working time they spend in the shelter. Thankfully, nobody got killed, despite the fact that we got hit a number of times. And being a part of critical infrastructure, we don't report it on the news, but it's happening from time to time. Thankfully, no casualties in the port. As you know, when the whole war started, the Black Sea was closed, and out of approximately 5,000 employees, we had to let go 2,500. So we were paying them salaries as long as we could, and we just ran out of money, and we had to let them go. Approximately a year and a half afterwards, our brave military, brave Navy, and with the help of the drones, by the way, the drones are called Sea Baby, we were able to push out the Russian Black Sea fleet and to sink a few vessels. And this is when actually the Black Sea corridor got really open. So none of the diplomatic discussions, diplomatic work really helped until we managed to put those drones on water. And the drones, I witnessed it. They were produced in a garage. It's basically a floating canoe with a engine from a jet ski and a satellite dish, like a Starlink or something else, that was able to sink a few of their vessels. And the cost of that drone was something like $200,000 initially. So that brings me to a conclusion that Russians don't understand anything, any diplomatic discussions. They only understand power. When we managed to push them back, we were able to open the merchant routes, and we were able to start, bringing in vessels for grains and for iron ore and for containers and for steel, because Ukrainian infrastructure was essentially built to be for exports of goods from the sea, from the ports. Ukraine was unable to export all of its grain by rail, for example, through the western borders. It was just a bottleneck. It just didn't work out. So now it's working. My people are going into shelters. We got hits. We unfortunately have about 19 of our employees killed in service in the front line. I hope this number is not going to change. We are right now, in terms of grain exports, our joint venture with Cargill is approximately is exporting approximately 5 million tons of grain per year, being number one grain terminal. The whole country is exporting close to 5 million tons per month out of Ukraine. So I think it's important that local farmers are getting paid. That the Ukrainian economy is getting some foreign help.
Of business resilience that you tell, Andrei. I remember when we first met in Kyiv, you talked very powerfully about the state of national morale, and you were worried about it even then. Actually, 2 years ago, you said that while there'd been this astonishing fight back by Ukraine, that nonetheless that the outside world shouldn't underestimate the price that ordinary Ukrainians were paying, not just in terms of casualties, but just the stress and strain and the trauma. And I think you even said to me something like practically the whole nation was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, effectively. 2 years on, how is the, dare I say it, the mood now? How is it even bleaker than it was then?
Well, as I said, it looks like a beehive. People are working. You're not asking yourself who are you and what kind of occupation you have. You just put on the right costume and you go and work. So somebody goes for working in the hospital. Somebody is doing energy, because energy is important. Russians are targeting our energy infrastructure a lot. Somebody's producing drones. Somebody's helping military. It's life as usual. Apparently, human beings are extremely adaptable. Alec, it's crazy, but it is life as usual. It's just that people are doing all kinds of stuff they've never done in their life. Also, you kind of, when you ask yourself, it's similar to COVID, really. When you ask yourself, like, how much longer do I have to live? Maybe I'll be killed tonight with another rocket. So I better be doing what I think is important, what is my calling. And a lot of people have changed their jobs. A lot of people have found their calling in charities. The morale is pretty high, in my opinion. Especially the closer you get to the front line, the higher it is. I was a couple of weeks ago, I was in the east, maybe 10 kilometers away from the front line. And there, it's all black and white. People are not ready for any ceasefire. They're gonna fight to the end. But obviously, you get tired of the night raids. So you get tired of sleeping in a shelter, and then especially after tough nights, the first half of the day is difficult. But people are positive, and we are fighting for our land. We don't have a moral issue, like a lot of countries that were fighting abroad. We know what we are fighting for. It's our land, so there is no question about should we give it up or not. And military is being part of the society, the big part. They have very high morale at the moment. If we talk about civilians, As you know, approximately 6 million people have left the country initially. And today, I think 4.5 have returned. Some of them have left again. I think we're outstanding about 4 million people that are still not in the country, predominantly women and children. And getting them back is going to be an issue because if we're talking about women and children, they are fast assimilating abroad. Children go to school and women find a job or a new family. So I think we're fighting for a country. A good KPI for me would be to have a country where all of the Ukrainians who left would be willing to come back.
You can't see that happening just yet, though, can you?
You see a lot of people who come back, but not everybody. As I said, women and children are mainly staying abroad. From the ones who have left, men are less adaptable, I would say. They are. It's harder for them to find a job. It's harder for them to reintegrate. So a lot of them are coming back, and really, it's not that scary now. You get used to it. So a lot of people are just coming back to their homes and finding a job. And the job scarcity right now in Ukraine is pretty high, especially if we talk about ordinary jobs like a construction worker or an electrician or something like this. So I would say people are coming back. People are not leaving. People are coming back, not as fast as I wish it was.
Andrei, can I just ask you quick? You talked about having just recently been to the front line. I was talking recently to someone I think you probably know well who runs a drone company based in Odessa, and he was describing how the front line itself had changed dramatically in the last year as drones have become more powerful, as the Russians have built up their own industrialized drone production industry, and the zone in which you couldn't, that was basically patrolled by zones, that was by drones, is just getting wider and wider and wider. Can you shed any light on what the front line is? What does it look like? How does it operate?
So as you mentioned, Alec, Russians are very systematic. They're not creative, but they're very systematic. So whenever they get a hold of one of our inventions or drones, they copy it and then they scale it up. So they have mass production of, for example, optic fiber drones, which initially were introduced by the Ukrainian army. So right now, the optic fiber drones are impossible to fight with electric warfare, and they get longer and longer range. Therefore, it becomes more and more dangerous. I would say up to 20 kilometers. Therefore, this corridor is becoming smaller and smaller. But we, on the other hand, continue inventing new stuff, and as you know, war is always accelerating any kind of inventions. So it's a fight between systematic approach with no creativity against very motivated Ukrainians who are not as systematic but very creative. And just a funny story from a couple of weeks ago when we were in Konstantinovka in Kramatorsk, just to give you an idea of how Ukrainians operate. We came a bit early for our meeting, and then we saw a cafe, so we said, okay, let's grab a coffee. And we go inside. It's only military personnel. It's military vehicles outside. Inside the cafe, only people with weapons. And I come to the bartender, a lady, and she says, "What do you want?" And I'm like, "What do you have?" And she's like, "No. Tell me what you want." And I say, "Okay, can I have a matcha latte?" And then she asks me something I will never forget. She says, "Okay, do you want it with oat milk, almond milk, banana milk, or whatever, something else?" I'm like, "Are you kidding me? We're 5 kilometers away from the front line, and you are offering me this choice." And she said, "Yeah." And she actually made an amazing matcha latte with almond milk for me. I think it's hard to get one like this in New York or in London. Therefore, I don't think Russians are going to face any success in Ukraine. Ukraine is truly a country of superhumans. And I see that almost every day at the Superhumans Hospital. These people are unbeatable. Obviously, we're lacking, military support, and now I hope it's going to be ramping up from the EU side, especially on the air defense, because Russians are trying to scare our civilians by shelling, civil infrastructure every night with drones, with Shaheeds, etc., etc. But there is no fear. People don't fear anymore.
Andre, your inspiring story of your special latte brings me to a very inspiring venture that you're involved in that you just alluded to there. So I'm now going to ask Andre. Andre's going to leave the screen briefly, and we are going to play you something on the screen now, I believe. Andre, many congratulations on all you've done to build this up and create it. Everyone here, you have to bear in mind that there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands now people in Ukraine who have lost limbs and so on. Andre, I wonder whether you could just tell us how this started and where it's going.
Well, we started on the second month of war. We tried to look a little bit around the curve, and we realized that the biggest problem will be people who lost limbs, people who lost their faces physically, and the psychological support. So this is how Superhumans was born. Since then, we have fundraised almost 100 million USD with the help of Howard Buffett and Richard Branson and Cargill Corporation and hundreds of other donors around the world. We have opened a center of excellence in Lviv, which is Western Ukraine. We have opened one in Dnipro, which is closer to the front line. We're building right now a Superhuman Center in Odessa, and hopefully next year Kiev is to be opened. It's basically a war trauma center where we accumulate global war trauma knowledge by bringing missions of doctors and teaching Ukrainian doctors. So right now, I have to say that we are probably #1 on the continent in regard to prosthetics. So we install prosthetics for upper limbs, lower limbs, fingers, etc. We are doing facial reconstructive surgeries, very complex ones, incredibly complex. We have received hundreds of missions from US, UK, Germany, France, etc. We have taught hundreds of doctors from across Ukraine how to do those surgeries, how to do prosthetics, how to do rehabilitation, how to do psychological recovery, not only for PTSD, but also for moral trauma, which is unfortunately a big issue for Ukrainians right now, because a lot of our patients have moral trauma. It's basically when your comrade has been killed and you have survived, so you keep asking yourself, why am I alive? What for? And most of evacuations in Ukraine for military personnel are carried out by their fellow servicemen, because Russians are targeting doctors on the front line. So most of our evacuations are not like in Iraq or Afghanistan, where you have a helicopter and you evacuate a wounded person within minutes. It's hours. And when you have a trauma of the limb and you have a tourniquet syndrome, and the evacuation route is something like 7 hours, 9 hours, 20 hours. Sometimes we cannot get our wounded soldiers from the front line for days, because Russians are shelling very strong. So we send them plasma, or we send them antibiotics or painkillers, also by drone, so they can hang on and wait until we evacuate them. So basically, Superhumans is a war trauma experience center, not because we're so bright, but just because we have so many cases and we have to make out of it as much experience and as much protocols as we can. And even actually right now in New York, our dear friend Richard Branson is doing an event. It's called the 3 Seconds, where you can come and you will be asked. So you step on a mine and you have 3 seconds before the mine goes off. So what are your last words that you are saying to your loved ones within those 3 seconds? And it's actually happening in New York right now. So Superhumans has been amazing. You meet incredibly brave people who have lost health and limbs defending their country. We have incredible team of 500 people who are in charge of this project. We're growing rapidly because the demand is very high. We're talking about 80,000+ people who have lost their limbs. In terms of limbs, we probably talk about 110,000, because a lot of our patients are having double, triple, even quadruple amputations. We have received DFC war insurance from DFC, from Department of State, for Superhumans, which is also of help, and DFC is ramping up their presence in Ukraine. We have received a lot of donations in kind and material donations from UK, Germany, France, etc., etc. It's an amazing story. I invite you to come and visit us. We made it. The first center was made in Lviv, exactly for the reason that foreigners, especially doctors, can come and not to worry about Russian missiles, because it's the most western part of Ukraine, 1 hour away from the Polish border. So I welcome you and your guests to come and visit us.
Thank you, Andrei. Well, it is a very, very remarkable thing that you have created, which I should add that everyone is being seen as a model for countries that have been through war all around the world. Andrei, I want to take the conversation back to where we started, actually, bearing in mind the people who are here in this room. When I was last in Odessa, I found myself talking to business people, bankers, and also in Kyiv, and asking them, so when a ceasefire happens, and it will happen eventually, the war will end, what should potential investors be thinking of looking at? Is it all about the reconstruction? Will there be massive issues of war insurance? What's your advice to people who are possibly looking to either invest in Ukraine or to help Ukraine?
Well, as they say, Alec, you should invest when the shots are fired on the street. And I totally share this vision. There are a number of deals that are happening right now in Ukraine and that have recently happened. For example, there was a large deal half a year ago for 500 million a French telecom tycoon just bought into a large cell phone operator and cable operator in Ukraine, Xavier Noël, I believe. There are a number of other deals that were also that are happening as we speak. But if you ask me, I think energy is going to be the most interesting part, because we have a lot of energy is destroyed, and as you know, Ukraine is switching to the EU grid. So I think energy will be definitely an important target, an interesting target for investing. Logistics, for sure. Construction, definitely, road construction, building materials, all kinds of things like this. And I believe, you know, I'm running a number of joint ventures with different multinational companies. I think it's the right time to start preparing for investment. I think it's the right time to do the homework, and it's the right time to be ready to put the money on the table as soon as the ceasefire is there. A lot of investors are even investing right now as we speak, especially in renewable energy like wind generation, like cogeneration, which is driven by gas. Logistics, recently a large company bought a logistics chain of ports, like dry ports in Ukraine. I know of a couple of deals that are on the table right now. So it's an interesting country. It's 40 million population. It's the largest country in Europe. It's not agri. It's not only agri. It's a lot of mill tech. It's a lot of construction, and in my opinion, unfortunately, it also will be a part of medical tourism, because we're ramping up our medical system in the country. A lot of these things will be exported to other countries at war. But it is an amazing country, and I know that the government is very supportive of new investors right now, and it's happening. So I suggest you look at it. It's the right time.
Andrea, I want to quickly open it up to any questions from the floor. Does anyone have a question for Andrea? Can I see any hands there? I can keep going if not. Anyone want to? Yes, I see a hand at the.
You talked about all these investments. Sorry.
How would, and you mentioned private companies coming in and making investments. Is there anything in the sort of public markets people could actually do? When you talk about logistics, what kind of companies are you talking about? And how would one actually deploy capital if you're not Xavier Noël?
Sorry, I could barely hear. Repeat.
Sorry, my question was, how do you actually deploy capital in practical terms in Ukraine if you're not just deploying hundreds of millions in the kinds of projects you mentioned?
Well, Ukraine is a pretty international country, so you either find yourself a decent local partner, a champion of the industry, or somebody who has a good reputation, or you go via private equity, for example, or the government has a program, they call them investment nannies. These are the people who are working for the government, but who help you to do matchmaking in terms of finding a local target. From not a military point of view target, but if we talk about logistics particularly, please reach out to me. I'll be happy to advise on this subject as well.
I have a question, Andre, on drones, which has obviously been for the wrong reasons been a massive growth industry in Ukraine, and you are now the world's leader. If you run a drone company, are you able to now, if you want to run a drone company in Ukraine, are you able to market and sell your drones outside Ukraine, or does it all have to be focused on the internal market?
Not for now, for obvious reasons. But I think the IP is there, the teams are there, so it's the right time to buy in. The question about exporting is a great question. Probably some localization in other countries is possible, but as exporting drones per se is not allowed right now. Most of the drones, 100% of the drones, are obviously going for the needs of the military.
Any more questions in the room at all? Andre, I think we should let you get back to running your business. Thank you so much for coming to join us and for sharing your stories. Thank you for the uplifting story of the latte, 5 miles from the front line, which will certainly linger with me. And I look forward to seeing you in person in Ukraine soon, I hope. And thank you from all of us.
Thank you for your support.
We now have a break, everyone. Go and have coffee. Thank you. Hello, welcome back. This is where we start bringing together some of these disparate threads and strands that we've been addressing this morning. We've just heard very poignantly and powerfully about arguably the ultimate case of business resilience, running ports that are coming under daily attack. Andre also runs a big hotel that has been hit, and yet still the ports keep going and his businesses keep going. Mercifully, you do not have quite such a test of resilience, but nonetheless, this is a very, very volatile time for businesses. And we have a panel here who I think it's fair to say, somewhat expert in advising businesses in how to navigate testing and uncertain times. So I'd like to welcome the next panel onto the stage. Laurie Tauber-Marcus, come up onto the stage, a very distinguished corporate career, been a board member across a whole series of companies, including now as an independent director on Del Monte. David Garfield, who I referenced last night, the co-chief executive of Alex Partners, who has spent years and years sort of thinking about navigating, as I said, volatile times. And my colleague, Andrew Hill, who, a former New York bureau chief, indeed, back in the day, who's done a host of the most senior roles at the FT, and has spent a lot of his career thinking about business and how to run a good business. So, Andrew, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alec, and welcome, Laurie and David. We've got just under 45 minutes to talk about really how companies respond to some of the issues that we've already heard about this morning. Volatility in every regard, from government edicts, as we've seen this year, particularly in the US, to technological disruption, geopolitical effects, and more. My colleague Jonathan Derbyshire in the first panel, as you heard, summed it up by saying predictability is for losers, seems to be the message of the US administration. And the reaction of companies is clearly the element that we're going to try and delve into now. And we are going to have plenty of time for questions at the end for Laurie and David, so please start thinking about those now for when I come to you. So Laurie, let me start with you, and I'll ask the same question of David in a second. But you are board member and lots of experience across a range of different companies. If you enjoyed the fresh fruit in the break, there's a chance it possibly came from Del Monte or via Del Monte, which is where Laurie is director at the moment. But how do companies, in times of uncertainty, how should they react, other than with the sort of tactical instant reaction? How does one marry this kind of long-term strategy with the short-term reactive tactics?
So for the benefit of everyone in the audience, when we had a little pre-call and we were talking about this, every time we tried to talk about uncertainty, we kept trying to sort of push it forward and talk about how you have to use sort of uncertainty, lack of predictability, and you have to build this resilience. You have to build it as a muscle. And so I think that what I would say is, what we're dealing with right now, whether it's tariffs or other issues, is not that it's not about that issue. You have to deal with that issue, but you have to use it as a forcing mechanism to get much better as a company. There's a lot of different areas that we'll talk about, especially in the area that I play right now in the boardroom, which is how do you talk about building resilience and really using it kind of as a, like, resilience, understanding uncertainty. How do you actually build that into competitive advantage? So that I'll start, I know that's kind of generic, but that's how how I think about it is using these uncertain times to build muscle for the future.
Sure. And so just to follow up, and then I'll ask David, so prior experience of having gone through some of these volatile moments of the past 5 or 6 years, including COVID, including supply chain whipsawing and so on. These are ways of building muscle as well.
They are. I think I'll use an example. So I'm a consumer marketer by background, and then I worked in retail and a couple of different direct-to-consumer industries as a chief marketing officer. And two things. One is, when I was an operating executive, I would say supply chain was not sort of the sexy function that it is now. You know, it got like 5 minutes in our board meetings and whatever. And I think obviously with COVID, with all the supply chain disruptions, now I think as boards, we pay a lot more attention to supply chain overall. But one of the things that I take, if anyone here has ever worked in retail, there's a process that they do there, and they call it, you know, after every quarter, we do like a formal hindsight meeting. And I know people do it in the military, they do it in other disciplines as well. But in all my years in consumer products, we never did it quite as kind of compulsively like the hindsight, you know, we turned it into a verb, we hindsighted. And I think that if I were to take that skill that I learned when I was in retail, and I think about it in the face of COVID, for example, the hindsight, if we were hindsighting what we learned in COVID, and I was on the board of 24-Hour Fitness at the time. We had the majority of our clubs in California. California was very aggressive about shutting things down. No judgment call. That just was an is statement. And so we had, you know, no revenue coming in. It was a very, very uncertain time. I think the hindsight was not so much what do you do in a global pandemic, but what did we learn about like how we communicate, the way we communicate not just within the company, but between the board and the management team, the level of trust, the level of agility. So there'll be other, dare I say, there'll be other pandemics, but there won't be a rinse and repeat of what we had in 2000. So I think when I think back to what we learned going through, and I'll just use COVID as the example, the hindsight or the learning is so much bigger than what you do when there's a global pandemic.
Right, very clear, yes, and we'll get into some of those areas. The English major in me is recoiling at the idea of hindsight as a verb, but I will let that slide. David.
How do you feel about a trite and a tritting
let's not go
as a
there.
verb? Okay.
David, just to put the same question to you, and maybe you can expand on some of the things that Laurie's already eloquently alluded to. You know, what are the kind of things that you're saying to boards and executives when you're looking at ways in which to kind of not just be entirely reactive in these volatile times?
One of the big things that we advise is to focus on the things that you can control and not overly rotate on the things that are outside of your control. Right. So it may sound like blocking and tackling, but just revisiting your cost structure. Yeah. That's something that you don't have complete control over, but you have a lot of control over. And if ever there was a time to tighten belts, expand margins, you know, build financial flexibility through margin, now is a great time to do that. And investors understand that, employees understand that, business partners understand that. So just being very rigorous on cost management. Some other things that are controllable, spending time with customers. So again, this may sound very elemental, but there's a little bit of a tendency when uncertainty is high to turn inward and think about all the different issues, challenges, and maybe opportunities, and dial back on the time that you just spend in the market, top-to-top meetings. You can't absolutely control the demand profile for your business, but you can influence it by being really close to customers. And customers notice that across industries, B2B, B2C, the businesses that are remaining close to their customers in these uncertain times are building loyalty and supporting demand, even if there are macroeconomic conditions that are impacting that demand. So just some of those basics. And then one more, communicating. Laurie mentioned this, and I would just underscore it because I think the way she said it is exactly right, but communicating externally and internally to your employee base, because you know, boards and executives are feeling the uncertainty. The entire workforce is feeling the uncertainty. And if you want to have resiliency, there's operational resiliency, dual sourcing your inputs. There's financial resiliency that you can build up through cost measures. But there's also organizational resiliency, that the fact that you can get your organization to pivot or turn right or turn left in response to conditions. But you have to earn that. You can't just call upon it at the last minute. So just communicating why there's uncertainty, why the business needs to make change, why it needs to make change on an accelerated basis, that's actually really important.
Right. And just to come back to you, Laurie, on that point about communicating with the outside world, one of the things, I was glad you put sexy and supply chain in the same sentence earlier. As a supply chain geek, that appeals to me. But one of the things that was notable in COVID, particularly going through that whipsawing of the supply chain, was that the companies that did well or came out well from that were communicating right up and down the supply chain, and even in the worst moment of supply being sort of shut down in the early days, helping their own suppliers and customers to try and get through that, recognizing the long-term value of keeping that relationship.
Yes. Well, it's interesting because I, again, am not a supply chain person by background. I don't think I was an English major either. But so I grew up as a consumer marketer, and now, among other things, I do executive coaching. So I'm going to sound like a little bit of an executive coach for a minute, which is when I talk about communication, one of the things that I think is so important is, and again, these are overused words. We talk about, transparency and communication, but the old model of sort of like the CEO that's like, everything's under control, everything is fine, I know everything, I'm infallible, like that just doesn't work in today's world, not just because of social media and, just the world that we live in with instant and, sort of never-ending communication. And so I think one of the things that worked really well during COVID, and probably now as well with the tariffs, and this pivots off a little bit about what David said, which is, what do you know, what can you control, and then what you don't know. And it's not to be like, all crazy and whatever, but it's just there's a level of authenticity is the word that I think is so important today, because you can't know everything. And I think whether you're dealing with customers, whether you're dealing with employees, whether you're dealing with the street, to be real about what you know and what you can control, and then what you don't. I think I'll say from an employee standpoint, it builds a sense of loyalty with an employee base when people are authentic about actually what's going on, and then with the outside world as well. So again, I think the old model, I'll call it a Jack Welch model, probably wasn't the Jack Welch model, but sort of this like CEO knows everything, we're totally in control, it's just like it doesn't work in today's day and age, especially with this kind of rapidly increasing level of uncertainty. Every day it's something different.
Yeah, David, what are the limits of that policy as an executive or a chair or a board member to say that you don't know something? I mean, that could, in certain circumstances, worry the troops a little, couldn't it?
Yeah, I don't know that I don't think there's a limit on authenticity.
No, okay.
I think that where an executive can get into a little bit of jeopardy is if they're seen as being authentic but not having a plan to address whatever the issue is. So I think it's perfectly fine. I agree with Laurie. It's helpful to acknowledge that there are things outside of an individual's control, an organization's control, as long as you're seen as trying to figure it out, developing plans to ameliorate or confront or overcome or address or work around or work through whatever the issue is. So an example, Laurie mentioned her sexy supply chains. So there is only so much that a company can do, for example, with respect to tariffs, some of the things we heard about earlier today. So there's some tariff jurisdiction shopping, there's some reclassification, there's some timing element that you can do, but at the end of the day, you can't hide completely. So what does a company do if they're heavily tariff impacted? I think it's fine for a board representative, an executive to say, we don't have all the answers, but here are some of the things that we're trying to do. And in fact, it kind of opens the door, I would say, for some creativity in the business. So for example, rationalizing your product portfolio. It's a really difficult thing to do. All the people on the commercial side of your business will say that you're at risk of losing sales. All the people on the operational side of the business will say that it will cause problems with operations and the flow of goods. But we know that periodically it's healthy and even necessary. So if you can't control some of the impact, let's say, of tariffs on inputs, you can still reduce the total impact by making changes to your product portfolio. Make more of the things, this is oversimplifying, but make more of the things that are less impacted and promote those things. You still have to be true to the strategy of the enterprise, but that's a good example. So I think it's a good idea to be authentic. It's also important to have a plan or show that you're taking action. And then there's an opportunity to be creative in what you do to deal with the uncertain challenges.
Yeah, and I would add on authenticity. I mean, a much disputed term in some places, but I mean, clearly authenticity is to some degree, although it sounds contradictory, a way of framing yourself for the moment as a leader to present what you need to present in order to deal with that. I mean, just to move that on, I'd be interested, Laurie, in some of your personal experiences, either with the companies where you're currently on the board or ones where you were in that position. I mean, for example, we mentioned Del Monte, but 24-Hour Fitness, where you're a director, you came on after it had gone into Chapter 11, I think, or to bring it out of Chapter 11.
Yeah. I was on the board after 3 private equity owners bought it to take it out of Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And again, you talk about sort of what you think is going to be one day, and then the next day it's something different. So
it's sorry, just to be clear for everybody who doesn't familiar. It's a chain of fitness clubs.
Yeah, of gyms, fitness locations, fitness clubs, and we have about just under 300 clubs across the United States. And so when the private equity firms bought it out of bankruptcy, and they thought this is going to be great, COVID's going to be over, and they closed the underperforming clubs as part of bankruptcy, as people often do, and there was very little debt on the business, and they're like, this is going to be awesome. And I'm like, this is going to be awesome. And I'm a health and fitness nut, and for those of you who do board work, it's much more interesting to do board work in a space that you're sort of personally motivated by. So I was like, this is going to be awesome. And then, but nobody saw coming, Delta, Omicron, name your favorite COVID variant that happened in 2021 and on and on. And so, the original sort of the value proposition they put together, it just didn't exist anymore. We had to put a lot of debt on the business, which we just refinanced this spring. And so, again, at the time, I don't think I was saying to myself, like, oh, this is going to be an example of where we're going to have to be resilient. But you realize, like, as a board, you have to come together very quickly. Again, the level of debt that we put on the company was not something that we had imagined. You're just forced to think very differently. But I also think the biggest thing that I would say as a director versus when I was an operating executive is, and again, we'll get to this, I'm sure, in the conversation, how all of this times of uncertainty, how it's really caused us, I think, to think about the role that directors and boards play vis-a-vis the company. And I would say that really first started to happen during COVID, and I'll use 24-Hour Fitness as the example of sort of the old model of where the management team, spends weeks and weeks putting together fabulous PowerPoints for you, and everything has to be given to you a week in advance and all of that. Like, it's very sort of the opposite of servant leadership, where everyone is kind of doing everything for the board. You can't operate like that when things are changing by the minute. And it's not just what's happening in the federal government, it's what's happening at the state level. So I think there was learning that happened in terms of how you act resiliently as a company, but I think it's the first time that I was aware that it changed how we needed to act between the board and the management team. And I'm not saying that we got rid of any of the independence and the governance or any of that, but a little bit of that you serve us kind of thing, you had to let go of that.
Right. And did it change the sense in which, obviously there's a line here between board responsibility and management responsibility that you don't want to cross. You don't want to go right in and say, okay, I'm going to start fiddling with micromanaging as a board member. But did it change in some regard the discussion that you were having? It became more dynamic? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it became more dynamic. I think it became a little bit more, I don't want to say servant leadership, but a little bit more like that in terms of the board at that moment. Two things were true. One is the board has to take on the attitude of what can we do to help? Like not just the sort of you come to us, we criticize, we challenge, but a little bit of a servant leadership, or how can we be helpful? What can we help you think through? Also sort of getting off our high horse, like I said, in our case, in terms of we needed to change the financial structure of the company. But I think the biggest thing that COVID taught us is, and this is maybe the learning across boards going forward, is like when I first started my board career, I was on the board of a large grocery store chain, and people that were on the board had been CEOs of grocery store chains, and there were a lot of sentences that started with like, in my experience, or when I was running XYZ grocery store, and people would sort of, it was a little bit of an edit copy, edit paste. Right. And I think one of the things that we all learned during COVID was nobody had been the CEO or the COO or the CFO or the chief marketing officer of a company during a global pandemic. And so a little bit of this, well, this is how I did it when I was CEO or C, whatever it was, you just couldn't rely on that. And so you had to adopt a little bit more, we're all smart people, we all know things, we all have experience. How do we bring that experience to bear here? But we had to let go of a little bit of like, we know better because we're the board, because we just didn't.
Yes. David, did you notice that as well during COVID as a kind of a change in attitude across boards that you were working with or companies you were working with?
I think Lori's 100% right. I think COVID did have that impact where there was a recognition that there was more uncertainty and old playbooks didn't necessarily apply to new circumstances. I also think it's been a confluence of a few different things. For example, not crisis related, but more of a trend line. I think private equity has had an impact on public company governance, saying things like, let's not have 500-page board books, let's have 75-page board books if we need it, right? So I think, that's helped. I do think that more progressive boards are looking for not to meddle in management, but to be more scenario-oriented. So, for example, in the realm of risk and risk management, old school is, we do a tabletop exercise, once a year or maybe every other quarter. I think now it's let's talk about how does the organization deal with enterprise risk? What are all of the different risks and the priorities among those risks? So I think the tenor of the discussion is more scenario-based and a little bit more real-time, using data that's fresher and more distilled versus, just tomes of, kind of key performance indicators.
Yes. I mean, Laurie, to you on that, I wrote a lot at the time about how scenarios were being run and rerun almost on a sort of weekly basis with the kind of best outcome, medium outcome, and worst outcome being readjusted. I'm wondering to what extent that habit of mind on boards or within companies has been retained into the post-COVID, post-pandemic period and applied now to some of these other elements of volatility that we've been hearing about this morning, from tariffs to geopolitical tensions.
I can't speak on behalf of all boards everywhere. I would just say I think there's an opportunity as we develop skills like that to keep them, not go back to kind of our old comfortable ways. Right. And as David was talking before, one of the things I was thinking about is, we used to say, when I was an operating executive, I worked at a small lifetime at PepsiCo, and for those that follow consumer goods, at the time, Coke was our largest competitor, and we used to joke that sometimes we'd be like presenting internally, and we're like, we couldn't get the funding, we couldn't get the company to do it, and we're like, if Coke just does it, we'll do it tomorrow. Like, that will be the thing. If our competitor does it, like all of a sudden, all the like, go rewrite the deck, go do this or whatever, it's just like, nope, tomorrow. zero, that will be the impetus to do it. And so sometimes I feel like what these kind of crises do is they force you a little bit out of your comfort zone, and you do things that maybe you would have just kind of gone round and round in the circle about.
Yeah.
And then when you have a forcing mechanism, like a crisis, what is it they say, don't let a good crisis go to waste?
Yeah.
I think we all have examples of things that we did because we were in crisis times that we didn't overthink it. And so to answer your question somewhat delicately is, I'm not sure that we've all kept that mode of let's not overthink things, and also let's keep that right framing. On boards, you have it's a continuum, right, between the end of the day, you hire and fire the CEO. So you get to be very judgy, right? And you do governance and oversee, long-term strategy and risk. But at the other end of that continuum is you're coaching and you're partnering and you're helping. I mean, it's not a kind of a one-size-fits-all. And I think we could all do a better job of realizing, because the uncertainty is going to continue, that we can't just live at this end of I'm right, sort of you must be dumber.
Right.
I think there's an opportunity to again, for the board to flex all of its muscle and be a little bit more on the servant leadership side, not just on the you come to us and judge us. I think there's still opportunity there.
Yeah, that question about how can we help you is interesting. And there are other questions. I'd be interested, David, in your experience here about what are the questions that a good board should be asking. I mean, you said at the beginning, look at what you can control, revisiting cost structures and so on. But are there some sort of key things that run across companies that you advise where you think there's some good questions here that we should be telling the board to put to management?
I think there are some
to deal with uncertainty.
Right. So I think there's some evergreen good questions. How are you allocating capital to maximize returns? How are you protecting, brands and, other sources of equity, those sorts of things. But I think, particularly today, there are things, given the uncertain market conditions, maybe some additional questions or added focus. And again, to me, they come back to practical things like, AI is, of course, one of the hot topics, and most companies have been through the hype cycle. They've, imagined all the wonderful things and some terrible things that it can do. They've invested time developing strategies, and maybe they've got a long list of use cases. But I think a great question for a board to ask right now is, how do we make money with AI? What's the practical application of AI today in our current market conditions? Also look to the future and reimagine things like your workforce and automation opportunities, but just grounding management in, even as we look over a multi-year time frame and even as we think strategically, we also have to take decisions and take actions that support and enhance financial performance and shareholder value today.
Yeah.
And so don't miss a near-term opportunity because you're fretting about the uncertainty associated with a set of long-term opportunities.
Yes. This on AI, Laurie, I mean, is how do we make money with AI a question that you have posed or heard posed at the boards that you're on now?
A little bit, yes. I think the other one that we've been asking as it relates to AI is about skill building, not so much skill building in terms of how to use AI, which a lot of companies focus on, but like what other skills will our employee population need in a world where some of the work is done by AI, how we work will change. I don't think personally that we're spending enough time thinking about what are the implications for the workforce of the future, how we bring people in, how we train people, the whole, I hate this term, but people talk about soft skills, right? I would say soft skills are going to be the power skills of the future, where the day-to-day stuff, a lot of it is done by agentic AI. And so I think thinking about skills, workforce, part of me feels like we're having, just overall in the workplace, we're having too many fights about how many days a week people need to be in the office and not enough discussions actually about the workforce of the future and what work is going to look like, and again, skill building, all of that.
Yeah.
I think like enough said about the 3 versus 4 days a week in the office. I think there are bigger issues for us to chat about.
That sounds very mature. I mean, David, just stick with AI for 1 second. I mean, Brooke Masters, my colleague, mentioned the article that appeared last week in the FT, analysing the SEC filings of US companies about what they're saying about AI and how they mostly erred on the side of what the risks are, rather than here are some specific areas that we're working in. I mean, this is taking it just as a generic example, although albeit a big one, of a big shift that is going to happen at some point. Is there a particular evergreen way in which to deal with that if you're a company seeing that coming? I was up at Kodak on Tuesday talking to the CEO of Kodak, which still exists and is out of Chapter 11 and trying to make its way. But of course, that's the haunting story of a big technology shift that overtook a gigantic company, possibly because they didn't ask the right questions.
I think an interesting cautionary tale is if you look at a little bit back in history, whether it's the Industrial Revolution or the Internet era, there was some job destruction. There was also some job creation, right? The web developers came out of e-commerce, even though some customer service and sales positions were lost. So I think there's going to be some of both with AI. But it's interesting if you ask, like today, what's a job category that is already being massively impacted? Somewhat ironically, it's AI software development.
Right, yeah.
Because AI is so good at it. So if you look at the number of AI software engineers hired by the hyperscalers and other tech companies, it's shot up and it's absolutely cratered. So I think that tells us that it's hard to predict, right? So I don't think you can sit here and say, I know exactly how this is going to play out. So some of the broader questions that Lori raised, I think, are exactly the right ones. What are the attributes of the workforce of the future, as opposed to, how many people do we need to hire into this job classification today, because that's going to change. So I think thinking about it a little bit more broadly is important. But again, I would also come back to, what can boards govern and what can management, lead and manage today using the technology. I'll just give an example, because it's a recent one with a company we happen to work with, a telecom company that has a big mobile business. And they invested a lot of time trying to imagine what customer service with agentic AI might look like 5 years from now, and other things related to perhaps revenue growth. But none of it was, the technology is not quite there yet, and none of the projects were coming to fruition. They then asked a different question, which is, how do we make money today? What's the biggest challenge facing the business today, and then does that technology help? And one of the biggest issues was the field service operations. So how do you install and maintain and repair cell towers to grow your business and keep service levels up? And it turns out that it's very complicated to figure out all the different variables that go into which towers where to install them and when to maintain them and what types of repairs to do. And AI is fabulous at that, with good old-fashioned machine learning, not agentic AI.
Yeah.
So they invested there. The expectation is that'll deliver about $500 million of operating profit to the company on a recurring basis when they're done rolling it out after a hugely successful pilot in the region. So I think you have to ask the big long-term questions, but in the meanwhile, make sure that you're making decisions, taking actions that are propelling the business in the short term.
Yeah. I'm going to come to the audience and just see if we've got any questions on areas that you'd like to hear Laurie and David talk about, particularly obviously in this question of how does one go about unlocking value in these times of uncertainty. Anyone like to throw the first question in on areas that we maybe haven't tackled, or indeed on those that we have tackled? Question us on anything. See any hands in the room? I've got other questions of my own. No? Yeah, please. Could you just wait for the mic and then thank you.
Hi, I'm Laurie Ann Goldman. I worked at Coca-Cola all the way, and have done restructuring, David, and at Tupperware last. My question is, being a CEO, do you feel that there's a different skill set going forward that CEOs will need, with AI in the picture, or would the skill sets that we're attuned to now still be the appropriate ones that people will need?
Yeah, do you want to take that first, Laurie, and then we'll go to...
I'll build on, and we've talked about this in the context of both CEOs as well as the board overall. The fact that I don't think you can rely on this sort of like, this is how I did it, and kind of a copy and paste kind of thing, because there's going to be so much that's new. So I think it gets into, again, I'm going to try not to use this word soft skills again, but that notion of a little bit of a surrounding yourself with people who have different experiences. And I think this is the same for a CEO and a leadership team, as well as for the board, which is people that bring, like, not everyone is going to have everything, but people who have, sort of a more of a global bent, are facile around technology, but also people that are sort of much more like learning agile and curious and, always wanting to sort of see toward the future versus kind of the, a little bit, as I always say, there's too many people in corporations today that talk about, like, back to the office, like when we want to go back to, or when I used to. And I think you have to, the skill set of the future, both for CEO, C-suite, and board broadly, is going to be very sort of, I think, just very future focused and very much focused on not that I'm the person that has all the answers, but how do I surround myself with people who challenge me, who know more than I do, right? Again, I think that old model of I'm sort of the king or queen and then everyone else is just there to serve me, I think that just needs to be dead once and for all. I think that notion of challenging, pushing, all of that, that's how companies are going to prosper. So I think it starts with the CEO, but I think it's across the management team and across the board as well.
I mean, the I want to be king model is being modeled rather dramatically from the top at this very moment by somebody who claims to have big business skills. So, I'm not optimistic that everyone will be taking the same lesson.
There are certain things maybe that work for like somebody, but I would not say that you should model that and assume that works for all.
Right. I mean, David, do you want to add any skill sets that you see that are going to be needed for this coming period?
Yeah, I agree with what Laurie said. I think there are some staples, so you just have good leadership, good judgment, team building, all the sort of table stakes. I do think being more forward-focused, more inclusive and curious in your thinking, I would agree with that. Maybe what I would select is one sort of lane in the realm that you described, which is being better able to deal with differences in generational cohorts. So that's always, demographics have always been a thing, but I think today and looking forward, the differences in terms of people born, tech native or now AI native before long are going to be more pronounced. And so whether you think about that as workforce management or understanding your end markets or understanding your supply chain and your business partners, all of the above, I think just being more attuned and more adept at understanding the differences in generational cohorts and how that plays back to your business, I think will be more important than ever.
Yes, nice point. Yes, another question here.
I thought what was one of the things that's been really effective is the message you had about controlling what you can control. That really resonates and is so important. I think you've done a brilliant job at explaining that. One thing, David, though, that you mentioned was the sort of risk assessment and scenario planning. That does need to happen. And I'm curious, when the uncertainty is so prevalent globally and things are changing at such a pace, how do you stay attuned to the risk factors that are relevant and that you should be scenario planning for? what are your sources of information to make sure that you have the right scenarios, war games, whatever it is that you do need to plan for.
Yes, I sometimes wonder a bit, this is a bit like the Maginot Line fallacy. You know, you say, I'm going to plan for this scenario and I'm going to build this thing, and then circumstances go round it.
Right. Yeah. Well, first of all, I just want to say I think it's such a good question, and particularly the way you asked it about, you know, what are the additional or, you know, maybe atypical information sources that you have to now tap into and consume, because I think that's absolutely right. You can't try to manage new risks with an old process. I'd say a couple of things. What we are being asked by our board level clients, and where we're having a lot of discussions, is talked about making it scenario based, but the scenario is really the focus of the discussion, the exercises, the modeling is really around what and how does the organization respond, because the actual risks are unpredictable. In other words, so old school was, we care about cyber. The most common threat is malware or hacking. So we're going to run a tabletop exercise that goes through the 18 steps that we'll take, the policies we'll enact. Then it's shifted to, right, there's a lot of different types of cyber risk, so let's think about 5 or 6 of them. I think a progressive way of dealing with this is to say, what are the sources of harm from technology, and then how do we make our organization really adept at responding to those, the ones that we can enumerate and then ones that we can't. And that's a harder thing to do, obviously. You're having to sort of imagine future states that haven't come to pass yet. But what I'm trying to emphasize is a real shift in focus from let's inventory or catalog the risks and develop policies to let's build the rapid response muscles and instincts and very much to your point, and sensing abilities so we can see it coming, or at least recognize right when it has arrived versus after the fact. So I think that's the direction of travel of the discussion in the boardroom related to enterprise risk.
Laurie, do you want to throw in some personal experience here, perhaps?
I just think I agree with what David said, and I think just in my experience, I think that it's, again, it gets back to this culture of sort of asking and seeking to learn, not sort of seeking to be understood. And I think about, I'll just go back to like my world when I was a chief marketing officer, the amount of people that you deal with kind of every day. So firms like David who might do this more thoughtfully and more formally. But I think about in my world you had ad agencies and all kinds of partners, and those people could be real thought partners to you in terms of what they were thinking about, issues that they were facing, what was on their horizon. So I would think about both formal sources like you talked about of where you get information, but also informally all the different people that you have you don't think about, but that you're dealing with day to day, and their world and their ecosystem. So if you take the attitude of like, I'm going to learn about these things from lots of different sources, not just kind of formal, like from my auditor at the audit meeting or something as formal as that. I think that's a different, more agile way of thinking about risk.
Right. We've got 2 minutes left. I'm just going to suggest that I give you each a minute to do a bit of, let's call it foresighting, to look at what's going to come in the next 5 years. What's going to be different in the next 5 years, or in 5 years' time when boards are handling uncertainty? And I guess what might be the same? Maybe, David, I'll start with you and give Laurie the last word after that.
I think a lot of the kinds of competitive pressures and industry dynamics are who wins and who loses and who makes what types of investments will change. But I think the fundamentals of leading and running the business are the same. I think the impact of technology is accelerating, and we can see that, so that's a bigger deal. And we can clearly see that geopolitical risk and realignment is going to reverberate regardless of what happens in the midterm elections here or anything else. I think those are 2 big things that boards are going to be spending more time talking about.
Right. And Laurie, ways of handling that, are they going to change?
Yeah,
maybe AI comes into the picture.
AI. I think, again, I'll end it with sort of something that we probably don't talk about as much, which is the culture of like the company, the culture of the board, how the board deals with the company. The old ways that we operated as a board with the company are just not going to take us going forward. And the coda on that is, I think, something that David said earlier, which is anybody who is underestimating the impact of all these different generations in the workplace, like underestimate it at your own peril. In addition to technology, I think that's going to be one of the biggest changes that we're all going to have to deal with.
Great. I'll hand back to Alec.
Well, thank you, Laurie. Thank you, David. Thank you, Andrew. There's lots there that we're all going to be bearing in mind. I particularly liked your point, David, focus on things you can control. That's terrific advice for those of us that wake every morning and find that our news agenda and plans have been knocked totally askew by the President's latest pronouncements. We will cling on to that. Your session also tees up very wonderfully our next and last session. So first, thank you, all three of you. I just want to introduce the next session by reading to you from a recent op-ed article in the Financial Times. Here I go. Geopolitics, security, and supply chain resilience are now shaping economic decisions in a manner that could be as profound as cost and efficiency once were. Well, that pretty much goes to the heart of what we've been discussing here, and indeed the philosophy of this event. And the author, conveniently enough, is our next speaker, John Waldron. John, welcome to the stage. So John, of course, needs no introduction. He is the president and the chief operating officer of Goldman Sachs. He's going to be in conversation with my wonderful colleague, James Fontanella-Kahn, who is a sort of renaissance figure at the FT. He's done a whole range of jobs and is currently the US finance editor. And on their minds, the small issue of getting deals done as the world realigns.
Thank you, Alec. Thank you, John, for being with us.
Nice to be here. Thank you for having me.
We'll get back to that op-ed because it has a kind of lot of interesting kind of points, especially around China and the kind of interdependence with the US. But maybe can you give us a snapshot of kind of, there's been a lot of turmoil, a lot of, every day, as Alex said, we wake up and it's kind of slightly kind of startled by the velocity of change. And so maybe a sense of like, from your purview at Goldman, kind of, what is the kind of broader economic environment globally and then maybe specifically in the US?
Okay, sure. Well, it's nice to be with you. I appreciate the time and the opportunity. You're right. There's an enormous velocity of data to absorb and information, and it can be off-putting and unsettling. And I do think there's a much higher level of uncertainty, which is hard, particularly in markets. Having said that, I actually think that the general underlying economic foundation is pretty good, particularly in the United States. And so obviously markets have done pretty well, with all that uncertainty having been said. And I think that's because underlying all this, the U.S. economy is still pretty resilient. We all have worried. It's been a very well-predicted recession that hasn't happened. And I think that's because the consumer remains pretty strong. Consumer spending remains pretty healthy. There's signs of weakness when you go further down the economic strata in the U.S., which are concerning.
Where so?
Well, I think if you go down into the the lower levels of household income, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 household earners, I do think there's some signs of stress. They're definitely more stretched. But the meat of the U.S. economy is in the more $100,000 kind of plus minus household income range, and that cohort, if you will, which is sort of the belly of the curve, still seems quite strong, and spending seems very healthy. And I would say, it seems to me anyway, and I think a lot of us at our firm share this view, that the economy may be reaccelerating here a little bit. There's certainly concerns around labor.
Okay.
But fundamentally, if you talk to our clients, particularly those that are more geared towards that kind of consumer segment, the economy is pretty good. And I think fundamentally that's the most important thing.
So they're not feeling the pressure on kind of trade? And
there's plenty of pressure, I'm sure we'll talk about.
Yeah.
You know, so trade is a headwind to growth. You know, I think inflation, broadly defined, is to be worried about. I do think uncertainty geopolitically, you know, apropos the commentary in the op-ed, I'm sure we'll get to that, is a headwind because it makes it hard to make long-term investment decisions. So there's definitely headwinds and there's definitely uncertainty, and I think it has impact. And the U.S. economy in 2025 will undergrow its potential. So that's not as if there aren't issues for us all to worry about, and they are having a real impact, you know, on the hard data. But I think if you look under the covers, actually, the economy, as I said, has been more resilient, and I do think there are signs that it is accelerating, and we're likely going to get some more tailwinds. The Fed easing is certainly a tailwind, not just in the markets, but for the underlying economy. And you know, we will have the benefit now of you know, whatever your politics are on the big beautiful bill, we will have the benefit of the stimulus.
Absolutely.
That comes, you know, from extending the tax cuts and the other stimulative measures in the big beautiful bill. We obviously have the prospect of a big AI productivity unlock. I think that's a gigantic question mark in terms of
into that,
you know, how substantive an unlock will that be? What kind of impact will it have? But that is certainly on the horizon. Probably, you know, one of the reasons why, if not the primary reason why, the markets have been as healthy as they are. So you can come up with plenty of tailwinds, and I you know, I'd say we're generally pretty constructive. You know, we're certainly pretty constructive on the U.S. economy. You know, I'm sure we'll get into other parts of the world where I could argue it's a little bit less constructive. But I don't debate the uncertainty. The uncertainty is a factor. It's having an impact. I just would say that I think underlying all the uncertainty, there's a reasonable story of strength, you know, in fundamental economic terms.
So the strength despite the uncertainty, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you. I have to say, the U.S. economy is extraordinarily resilient. I mean, it really. You know, there's been a lot thrown at this economy, and it continues to power ahead. I don't think it's as strong as it was, you know, some time ago, but it's still pretty healthy.
I couldn't agree more on that point. One of the things that kind of has been talked a lot with the people that I have been having conversations about, kind of a broader level of kind of deregulation as well, that has been a stimulant, one of the potential reasons for this kind of underlying kind of continued momentum despite some headwinds. Is that, what's your view on kind of the regulatory side of
yeah, well, I would point back, if you listen to what Secretary Bessent said some months ago when he was kind of outlining, you know, U.S. economic policy and what was the growth agenda. I mean, one of my views of all this is growth is the single biggest challenge and the most important thing for us to get right, because we are living in a world with more debt, you know, much of which sits on public balance sheets on the back of the COVID crisis and the fiscal stimulus that needed to, you know, kind of get us out of the COVID crisis. So you're living in a much more levered world, and we need growth in order to kind of climb over that higher, you know, level of leverage. The plan that I think Secretary Bessent laid out was really threefold. It was extending tax cuts and having tax stimulus and fiscal stimulus in the system, which they've now done with that bill. It was technological, you know, underpinning of AI and investing in AI and driving more growth, and it was deregulation. And I would argue that the deregulation, which I think is very much part of the strategy for U.S. economic growth, is still more on the come. Okay. You know, we haven't really seen as much evidence of deregulation. It's not yet felt, I don't think, really in the economy broadly. But it's not particularly surprising, because I mean, my view on regulation is regulatory cycles are long, right? They usually, when you regulate, you know, when you come in and put more regulation, and typically it's because something happened where you feel like the regulatory environment was not strong enough to deal with what just happened. So the best example of that is the financial crisis.
Absolutely.
But you could argue in other parts of the economy, whether it's in energy or pharmaceuticals or, you know, other elements, that there's also been a fair bit of regulation that really had nothing to do with the financial crisis.
Yeah.
But we've been in that, let's just take the financial crisis and financial services, we've been in that, you know, more heavily regulated part of the cycle for 15 plus years now. And so you're not going to change that overnight. It's the rationalization of that regulation is going to take time. You know, I think what we're optimistic about is that we now see in the United States for sure, and in other parts of the world, more narrative and more desire to actually start to rationalize what are a lot of overlapping regulatory burdens that have been put on the global economy. And I think that will be an unlock to growth.
It'll be an unlock beyond the banking sector?
I think it's well beyond the banking sector. I think, you know, I mean, I think in the United States, you know, energy to me would be a very big potential unlock. You know, I think in terms of, first of all, I think we should have a national energy policy, and it would be a good thing for us to be more purposeful about that. And so I think there will be unlock, you know, in multiple places. In the financial services arena, it really has to do, I think, mostly with credit creation, credit formation, you know, which is still and has been for, you know, from time immemorial, has been an important part of unlocking economic growth.
One other area kind of that people have been talking about, especially with the Big Beautiful Bill, is kind of US debt, and kind of this keeps on growing. You mentioned kind of the tax cuts, to some extent, will allow for growth to kind of pay it back. How hopeful are you about that? How concerned are your clients about the debt burden? So, but I'd like to start with the public side, and then I'd like to move to the private side.
Yeah, look, I think, I mean, I've said this before, I would say it again. I think that the U.S. fiscal picture doesn't appear to me to be sustainable for the long term. I don't think you can keep running this level of deficit spending with what, generally speaking, is kind of a 2± % growth rate in GDP terms, you know, ad infinitum, in relatively healthy economic times, where you don't have to stimulate more aggressively because you're trying to work on a recession or a deeper depressionary environment. It doesn't seem sustainable. And so I do think over the intermediate to longer term, it would be much better for the U.S. economy and for the health of the U.S. system if we could get our spending more under control. I think that, to me, that's an irrefutable statement. Having said that, I think that if we grow faster and we create particularly productivity-led growth, you know, which is where you get back into the AI discussion, we can certainly solve a lot of what look like fairly challenging problems by generating a little more nominal growth and a bunch of productivity uplift. You know, if you do the math on that, you can actually end up with a much better picture. So I do think, to me, a lot of things point back to how robust is this AI, you know, industrial revolution going to be? I mean, is it really going to give us this big productivity unlock in the economy? Because if it does, not only does it help, you know, a lot of companies and businesses and individuals, but it actually helps the U.S. fiscal picture quite a bit. And I think that's, you know, I would be optimistic about it. But I think at the same time, we shouldn't be cavalier about our spending. And I wish we could get both parties in Washington to be more purposeful and focused on, you know, the spending, the nominal amount of spending, and make sure that we're really thoughtful about what we're doing going forward.
Are you hopeful about that?
Well, it's hard. It's hard in the current environment, you know, where it doesn't seem like the parties are able to agree on very much. It's hard to be too hopeful about that. And I think one of our jobs, you know, in the firm that we're involved in and other firms like ours, is to continue to make the case as to why both parties need to spend more time focusing on that.
Fair enough. I will go back to the AI, but I just want to finish a few points on private debt, kind of private capital in general, private credit. You mentioned also earlier that we've seen kind of on the lower segment of kind of wealth a few signs of cracks. And even the last couple of weeks, we've had kind of 2 auto lenders kind of having some trouble. Private capital, a lot of direct lending, in fact, has exploded over the last decade, partly because of the financial regulation that came after the crisis. Are you a little concerned that maybe there's some kind of weakness in terms of due diligence and kind of how people look at this? Are there any signs of concern in kind of this explosion of private capital and private credit more broadly?
I wouldn't say that the more explosive growth of private credit is going to be the cause of some big credit cycle. I think the cause of a big credit cycle will be weak economy, right? So I don't think, because we have more private credit in the system, which has, I would say, largely come at the expense of regular way bank lending.
Correct.
I don't think just because we went from more of it in the banking system to more of it in the private credit system, therefore we're going to have a problem. I think the problem will come if we have weak economic fundamentals, and then we will have a credit cycle. And then you will uncover at that point where the lending that was more problematic, is more apparent. And as we said at the beginning, I don't see any imminent concerns about U.S., if we're talking about the U.S. now, I don't see any imminent concerns about the U.S. economic fundamentals. I wish growth were stronger, but I think growth is reasonably good. And so, no, I'm not. I don't see undue signs of weak due diligence or weak terms, or I think credit spreads are tight. I think you could debate risk premium. I think you could debate equity risk premium, and you could debate credit risk premium. To me, risk premiums probably should be a little higher, given that there are, as you are, I'm sure, talking about all day today, plenty of uncertainties and risks in the world. Risk premium is pretty tight. Yeah. But I don't think that therefore means that we're going to have an unwind in private credit.
Fair. Before we move on to AI, I would be remiss not touching something about kind of deal making. 2024, everybody's saying the next year is going to be a boom year. The animal spirits are back. And
it's always the next year.
I mean, now people are telling me next year is going to be the I mean, things seem to be better, but what's your purview? I mean, Goldman is always at the top of those league tables. You have the best view compared to anybody else.
Yeah, I appreciate that question. I would say the following. I actually think that we've had a pretty healthy M&A market for quite some time now. And interestingly, we've had a pretty healthy M&A market without really two of the biggest, if not the two biggest engines fully firing. One is big deals, and the other is private equity, which is now upwards of 30-35% of the overall M&A market. And in both of those categories, we actually have had more substandard or below average kind of volumes for different reasons. Big deals because we really have had an antitrust regime for quite some time that has been, I'd say, opposed to big businesses getting bigger globally. And private equity because we had an explosion of deal formation, largely kind of through COVID and beyond, at relatively high prices with relatively low costs of capital, and then you had, things change, right? You had more free money. You had cost of capital go up, and multiples didn't really expand. So, you have, I would say, a period of digestion in what's now upwards of $4 trillion of value that sits in private equity and venture capital hands. I think the businesses are performing just fine. Some businesses better than others, depends on where you are on the value chain, but I think it's not so much of a performance issue. It's more where you created the asset, what was the price, what was the cost of capital, and how does that condition look today? And so we have disequilibrium. We have, whether you want to take a business public or you want to sell a business, buyers and sellers are not quite matched, and therefore we have lower volumes than we would like to have. That is improving. I'd say quarter on quarter on quarter, if you look at the last 3, 4, 5 quarters, it's getting better every quarter because these companies are growing into their valuations. And cost of capital is actually stabilizing, and if the Fed keeps going, you're going to see cost of capital actually be a bit more of a benefit, depending on where long-term rates settle out. And so I would be pretty optimistic. I'd be very constructive on what I think the private equity piece of that equation is going to look like over the next 6, 12, 18, 24 months. And we are seeing some signs of that in our own backlog in terms of transactions we've worked on, new LBOs, sales of private equity assets to corporates or to other private equity firms, and increasingly, more recently, IPOs. So I think we're getting to a place where that cylinder is going to start firing at a higher level, which is a good thing because we need to prosecute a bunch of that embedded, portfolio company corpus, if you will. And then when you get to big deals, which I think is also a very interesting dynamic, I think we haven't seen end game consolidation, so to speak, in these major industries in quite some time.
Which industries?
Well, I would call out a lot of industries. I don't want to be overly specific, but just take rail as an example because there's an announced transaction in rail, right? So let's just use rail since there's an announced transaction as an example. That's a relatively consolidated sector. But you could argue it's not fully consolidated to the more natural end game where you have national, rail platforms that really do cover the nation, if you're talking about the United States, or even more broadly, North America, let's say. And so, you could see one more step, and obviously that transaction is a precursor to trying to get to that last step. you could bring that same analogy to other industries where they're generally pretty consolidated but not fully consolidated. So why is that interesting, and why is that starting to happen a little bit more now? I think there's a couple reasons. One is more and more it's becoming obvious that scale matters a lot to value creation. So it is more of a winner-take-most world, and I think that's becoming more and more apparent in more and more industries. With the advent of AI, that only, I'd say, amplifies that point, which is if you're going to go through your company and try to do a big efficiency exercise and try to figure out how to use that tooling to make your company more profitable, more valuable, more efficient, more reliable, more resilient, you'd like it to be on as big a canvas as possible. If you do it once and then you got to go back and try to do it again on an M&A transaction, that's quite inefficient. That kind of defeats the purpose. So I think you're seeing a lot of companies that are looking at it and saying, okay, the industry looks this way. We know we want to go do this strategically anyway. We've got this big AI efficiency opportunity. Before we hit that button, why don't we go see if we can get this other transaction done, and then we do it on a much bigger canvas. I think that's a driver. I think the equity markets have been actually relatively supportive of buyers doing things that are strategic. This is not like the conglomeration of the 70s or 80s. This is more very industrial logic driven where, okay, we're in an industry where there's a lot of efficiency, synergy, value, et cetera. So I'd say most of the transactions we look at and see are pretty strategically logical. And I think that you have the notion now in the antitrust world, let's just say in the United States, where it might be more possible to see some of these transactions come to fruition. So for all of those reasons, in various proportion, I think you're going to see more companies, more CEOs, more boards step out and try to do things more like what we're seeing in rail. And so that cylinder also we expect to start firing. And so I would say we've been cautiously optimistic on M&A. From a pretty good base to get to an even better base. Right now, I would say we're more than cautiously optimistic. We're actually getting more optimistic. Interesting. Because of the discussions and the situations we have the opportunity and privilege to work on with our clients, we're starting to see more appetite for what I've just said.
We've mentioned AI numerous times. So when we talk about kind of these efficiencies, there's a lot of investment. There's a lot of data goes by where NVIDIA is now investing $100 billion in another kind of AI company. But are we seeing those translated yet, or it's still early days?
Well, my frame would be, and I think about this in my role at Goldman Sachs, I think about it from our client franchise, but then I also think about it from being the chief operating officer of our firm and trying to figure out what we're going to do vis-a-vis our own efficiency exercise and automation capabilities and building a better set of tooling for our clients, make us better and more valuable to our clients. And so I would say there's no question to me that the pace of change and the modeling capabilities is stunning. The notion of what you can do with a large language model today, or even a small language model today, versus what you could have done when we first heard about ChatGPT is pretty extraordinary progress in a very short period of time. And then you overlay on that the notion of having these digital agents that can actually, speak to each other, so to speak. And so you're getting the multiplication of capability and capacity pretty darn quickly, which is very exciting. And I think that you can see that pace of change accelerating. Big debate about how much compute power one needs and how it's all going to get, how much open source versus closed source. I think those are debates that are probably far beyond my intellectual capacity, but they're interesting debates and we pay close attention to them. But I also think it's equally the case that the pace of change and the technology and the tooling is ahead of the adoption, right? So when you look at the numbers, as you reference, NVIDIA investing this, or OpenAI that, or Oracle, and all the hyperscale, it's extraordinary. Hundreds of billions of dollars, just in the hyperscalers alone annually, as far as the eye can see. Yeah. I think that the long pole in the tent is actually adoption. Let's just say by the enterprise. I think you certainly could have consumer adoption in a big way too, but let's just say in the enterprise world, adoption, which has less to do with the speed of the technology change and more to do with cultural change, rewiring your company and your processes, getting people to realize that you can do things in a very different manner. looking at a front-to-back process that's very human and say, no, we can actually redo the entire process and start using digital agents alongside humans and do things completely differently. That's an easy thing to say. When you come into companies with, in our case, 50,000 people or some that are much bigger, much harder to go do that quickly. And so I actually think that alongside the quality of the data that lies inside many of our enterprises is a pace setter vis-a-vis the actual pace of the technology, which undoubtedly will move faster. And how the market absorbs the adoption curve versus the spend on the infrastructure and the pace of the technological change curve, to me, is maybe the single biggest risk question in the markets today, because there's a lot priced in to the infrastructure spend curve on the assumption the adoption curve will kind of follow pretty closely behind. I don't know whether it will or it won't, but I think that it's not clear.
Oracle hopes it will.
Yeah, of course, and they may be right.
Yeah.
I don't have a predetermined view. I think that the adoption pace has as much to do with human cultural change and rewiring processes as it does with technology, and that's a harder thing to predict.
Absolutely. Given all this investment, often people talk, is there a bubble? And also our equity markets have kind of been riding on the back of this kind of explosion. Are you ever concerned that maybe there's a potential bubble, or it's a bit more nuanced and complex?
Yeah, I mean, we tend not to walk around our firm and think about what's a bubble, what's not a bubble. We tend to try to think about how to price risk.
Perfect.
So the way I would frame it is, I worry that the risk premium is too low, given what we just talked about. That differential between adoption and infrastructure. So what would be an analogy? An analogy would be if you go back to the formation of the internet, when we were laying fiber and broadband and undersea cable to power what's now, we do something we use, every minute of every day. And there were spectacular failures in the internet in the early days, but what became of the internet was extraordinary, had a huge impact, and massive amounts of value was created. More of that value was created, I would say, in the application layer. Think Yahoo and Google and Meta and Apple and Amazon and so forth, right? Those are more the application layer than the infrastructure layer. This could be the same. It might not be the same. But I worry that the risk premium doesn't necessarily fully account for that adoption versus infrastructure, potential mismatch, and how much of the infrastructure gets more commoditized versus the application having more of the value, what is the obsolescence risk over a longer period of time? How much compute power does one need or not need? What are the second uses for some of these facilities? All these are really important questions. We spend a lot of time on, others spend a lot of time on. They're hard questions to answer. It would strike me that there probably ought to be a bit more risk premium, given that we don't really have great answers to those questions. And so I don't know that I worry about it as a bubble. I worry about we might be mispricing, we the system might be mispricing that risk a little bit.
Just because it's very hard to kind of visualize the kind of the future.
It's hard to know. This is an extraordinary amount of capital, unprecedented amount of capital. I mean, we talked about the internet. That was a big investment. This dwarfs that, and so it's an extraordinary amount of capital with, I'd say, not very clear outcomes. I mean, there are certainly people that are quite passionate that the outcomes are clear. To me, they look less clear, but I'm a believer. I mean, I can see in our company we're going to be using this tooling, I think, to very good effect to make ourselves better, but also to offer more value to our clients. And so I think you have to be generally pretty optimistic about it. But it doesn't mean that it's always priced from a risk standpoint.
Yeah.
I mean, our job in life is largely to figure out how to price risk. And so those are the terms we usually bring to it, and that's why I would say you could debate whether the risk premium here has it priced appropriately.
Fantastic. Before coming here, you were with the kind of group of CEOs and kind of executives and the Prime Minister of China, if I'm not wrong?
Premier.
Premier, yeah. Prime Minister Premier. Don't want to get that one wrong. And you also wrote this op-ed talking about strategic interdependence. What do you mean by strategic interdependence when it comes to China and the US?
Well, we wrote the op-ed because we thought it would be worth trying to add to the debate and the discussion about how to frame the U.S.-China relationship, which gets appropriately a lot of attention and should. It's the most important relationship in the world, certainly in our judgment. And I think words like decoupling get used fairly easily. And our view is that it's much more complicated than that, and decoupling isn't particularly pragmatic, certainly not in the short or intermediate term. You do have, if you think about what's happened over the last 30-some years, you do have an enormous amount of interdependence in the global economy. And let's just take the US and China as the two biggest players in the global economy. So the interdependence comes by virtue of our observation that if you look at supply chains, which get built over long periods of time, you look at capital flows, you look at the way the global economy has been wired, these two countries are pretty interdependent, like it or not. The strategic comes in the context of there are new strategic alliances being formed. I do think that the question of are we all running one big global system, or are we starting to form new alliances, new regional alliances? Are people thinking about how to reset supply chains and so forth? So that's the framing that we try to bring to it. And obviously the strategic interdependence between the US and China, but for the two countries, it's a very strategic issue for the two countries to sort through. We generally take the view that the two countries are better off coming together and finding some mutual cooperation in areas where that can happen, and then recognizing in some areas that just isn't going to happen. It's not appropriate for national security reasons, and you acknowledge that and you try to figure out where those boundaries are. The other thing that we try to point out is if you think about supply chains, how they were built 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago, in our judgment, they were built mostly with an eye towards cost, efficiency, think kind of just-in-time inventory. Right? If I can build a supply chain and it runs at a cheaper price point and I can deliver my product, if you will, quickly at a lower price point, I have a marginal advantage over my competitor. And that was the general basis under which people, multinational companies try to operate. We see that shifting. We see now, given the geopolitical the shift in geopolitics, we see now a much higher premium on economic resilience, durability, availability, recognizing that there are national security interests, and that coming at a little bit more of a premium to just cost. Not that people are ignorant to cost or don't care about cost, but we see many companies now buying a little bit of an insurance policy on their supply chain. Maybe they have a duplicate capability somewhere else, so they're willing to pay a premium, an insurance premium, to have that availability, that resilience, that durability. And it's not just a cost issue. And I think that as that starts to unfold, you're going to see supply chains start moving and economic resilience become a much bigger factor in the context of how the global economy gets reset. And obviously it has a lot to do with how the US and China determine what kind of a trade relationship are the two countries going to have, and what kind of an economic system are we going to try to drive towards. Very uncertain at this point, but that's kind of the framing we brought to this notion of strategic interdependence.
And I mean, you had this meeting today, as much as you can share. Is there a sense of this kind of a constructive dialogue? Because things seemed very hot a few months ago. Things seem to be a little less hot. We were kind of joking earlier that China doesn't seem like the biggest problem at the moment for the US, which is kind of a lot of hot boiling potatoes. Can you give us your view on kind of the state of the relationship?
I would observe that I think both countries have done a good job in recent months trying to find, first of all, trying to have more dialogue, which in our view is incredibly important. Because the relationship goes through periods where the dialogue is much more minimal, which is risky. These countries are too important to not be talking on a pretty regular basis, particularly at senior levels. So I think both countries have done a good job resetting that, which is why we all feel it to be less hot. And I think that's a good thing for everybody, for the world. And I'd observe in the meetings that I get to sit in, I definitely feel like there's more discussion, dialogue, a better exchange of ideas. Doesn't mean there's more agreement or less agreement. It just means that there's a better exchange, which I think sets the predicate for trying to find some way through. But the issues are complicated, and I think that I'm hopeful that the two leaders will meet. It sounds like they'll meet on the sideline of the APEC summit.
Yeah.
We may in fact have a meeting in China and/or in the United States over the coming months, and I think that would be very good. Because I think having both leaders meet and spend time sorting through these issues at top-to-top discussion is pretty important if you're going to try to solve for a better relationship.
And is it fair to say that the CEOs you talk to, they're happy also they're not probably happy to pay higher tariffs, but to have some kind of sense of certainty, which is one of the things that we've kind of been missing in the last couple of months?
My observation is most CEOs and most companies are becoming accustomed to uncertainty being a reality. You're going to run a company, you must be accustomed to it. Now there's levels of uncertainty that become uncomfortable, and so I don't mean to say that everybody's sitting around loving excess uncertainty, but I think that it's a fact of life. I think the world is much more complex. AI delivers a level of uncertainty, which might be really good uncertainty, but it still delivers a level of uncertainty. Geopolitics for sure, and I just think it's a fact of life. So my view on the cost point is I think the companies are realizing that they will and need to absorb some insurance premium to have more resilience in their supply chain. I think that's becoming a fact of life.
Is there anybody else in these emerging kind of economies, like I'm thinking about India, that could replace the role that China plays today?
I don't know that anybody can replace the role that China plays today quickly. But I do think there are countries, and India would be a good example, that can benefit from the shifting sands around supply chain and global capital flows. So I think India is maybe even the best example of a country that's pretty well positioned to play a big role there. One of the things I think about in terms of the North American continent is you look at Mexico and Canada, both can play a role. It'd be, I think, good for the United States to kind of try to figure out how to come together with those two countries and build more of a regional alliance so that we have strength here. But I think there are, to your point, I think there are countries that can and will benefit from shifting supply chains and shifting capital flows around the world.
Where does Europe fit in this strategic interdependence between the US and China?
I think Europe has a big opportunity, but I think there are significant headwinds in Europe, most of which get very good visibility, so I'm not sure I'm going to shed new light. But I think, we talked about regulatory policy in the United States. I think Europe would benefit immensely from finding a way to deregulate, as a single market. I think, to me, Europe needs to operate more like a single market. The deregulatory benefits would be significant. There needs to be much more risk capital brought to bear. So we're big believers in a capital markets union and a banking union in Europe.
They used to be based in Brussels. They've been talking about it.
They have been. And I've had many meetings this week with European leaders, and they're talking about it again.
We're hopeful.
I'd say with more optimism, perhaps this time. And maybe what's going on in the United States is a little bit more of a catalyst. But I think that has to happen. I think that has to happen if Europe wants to be competitive. One of the things Europe lacks is a securitization in the formation of capital. Too much capital is sitting on bank balance sheets, and not enough capital is in the securitized markets, which I think impedes risk-taking. Europe lacks risk capital, equity capital to spur innovation, right? So one of the great things about America, with all the challenges having been said, is we have an extraordinary amount of risk capital in venture form or other form. You mentioned what NVIDIA and OpenAI and others are doing. That is a lot of risk capital that's being put to work to drive this AI revolution. I'm not saying none of that happens in Europe, but less of it happens in Europe. I don't think they have the structural underpinnings to drive it in the same way. And so Europe would benefit immensely from a more deregulated approach, operating more as a single market, and driving a lot more risk capital into the system in order to try to keep up. Because I think the strategic interdependence also the battle, if you will, economically and from a security standpoint, is to be fought in innovation.
Absolutely.
Whether it's in AI or quantum or electrification, robotics, right? So Europe has plenty of intellectual capital and plenty of education and other capabilities and plenty of capital to participate and play a real role, but you have to unlock that capital and unlock that intellectual capacity and operate as a big market. And I think that they have not yet really figured out how to execute on that. And I think that's the opportunity, but that's also the challenge, is how to get 27 countries to figure out it's in our best interest to operate as a larger unit.
We've got 1 minute left. I might close on the question on talent. And you mentioned kind of Europe has produced for many years a lot of talent. A lot of that talent used to then come over to the US. I would say it's kind of European governments funded education, and the US kind of not exploited it, kind of gave them opportunities to kind of build great businesses. And is it becoming harder to attract talent in a world where not only the US but everybody's starting to kind of lift more barriers to the free movement of people?
I think it's a very good question. I think it's an insightful question. I worry about it. We worry about it. I mean, Goldman Sachs thrives on talent, the single most important resource in our firm. And we want to attract talent all over the world. So we're not just looking for talent in the United States. We have a very big global footprint, and we need and want and desire that talent all over the world. And I think the more barriers we put up around the world, the harder it is for companies like ours to do that. And so I think it's to be worried about. And I think in a world that is as complicated as this world, it would be much better if we could allow that talent to move around. That will foster more innovation, and it will drive more economic growth. And so I think it's to be worried about, and I hope that we get to a more rational set of outcomes.
On that note, thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Alec.
Well, thank you both. Thank you for a sweeping and resonant finale to the conference. It was really excellent that you climaxed with focusing on AI and China, I thought, because those are arguably the two issues with the greatest potential for upending assumptions, even more than they've been upended already in recent months. That brings to an end the first meeting of the FT's New York Global Affairs and Business Council. I said it would be focused and brain-busting. I feel confident about the focus. You can be the judges about the brain-bustingness, if there were to be such a word. It would be edited out of the FT, of course. I would just like to thank Alec's partners, our global partner, and also NASDAQ, our regional partner, and also my colleagues at FT Live, who've done amazingly producing this event. We will be back. The caravan rolls on to Singapore in December. We will return to New York. The mission will remain the same, to try and see the world as it is, and to try and sift the noise and understand the great sweeping themes. I think we can end there and go and have lunch. Thank you all for coming.